Welcome to Cozy Sleepy Tales, a place where soft stories guide you into deep, magical sleep. Take a slow breath. Let the day fade away, and allow this cozy world of gentle fantasy to carry you into rest. Your story begins now. Florence exhaled its last breath of war on a Tuesday morning in May, when the bells of Santa Maria del Fiore rang for the first time in 3 years, without the accompaniment of sirens. The sound carried across the Arno, over the Ponte Vecchio's damaged stones, and slipped through the narrow window of a workshop that smelled of oil, brass, and something older. Something that had no name in any human language. Elena Rossetti stood at her workbench, a jeweler's loupe pressed against her eye, examining the innards of a pocket watch that had stopped ticking in 1943. The watch was ordinary enough. Silver casing, Roman numerals, a cracked crystal face. But when she held it close, she could hear something beneath the silence. A whisper. A fragment of breath, a stolen minute that belonged to someone else. She was 23 years old and had inherited the workshop 6 months earlier, when her grandfather failed to wake one morning, his hands still stained with clock oil. His final words a warning she didn't fully understand. Never wind them backward, Elena. Never. The elves took their minutes fairly, but time itself keeps no fair accounts. The elves. Her grandfather had spoken of them often in his final years, when age had softened the boundary between memory and myth. He claimed they had walked through Florence once, centuries ago, members of a secret guild that built timepieces capable of holding more than hours. They built clocks that could contain moments, real moments, pulled from the fabric of someone's life and preserved like insects in amber. Elena had dismissed it as dementia, the wanderings of a mind losing its mooring, until she opened the workshop's hidden cellar and found them. 47 clocks, each one different, each one silent, arranged on shelves like relics in a catacomb. And when she touched the first one, a grandmother clock with a face carved from moonstone, she felt it. The presence of something living inside the mechanism. A heartbeat that wasn't mechanical. That had been in November. Now, 6 months later, she had learned to recognize the signs. The peculiar weight of an enchanted timepiece. The way certain clocks grew warm when held, as if fevered. The strange harmonics that emerged when she placed her ear against their cases. Not the tick of gears, but something more organic. Breathing. Sighing. The soft percussion of a life reduced to its smallest unit. 1 minute, stolen and stored. Her grandfather's journals had provided some guidance, written in his cramped handwriting, mixing Italian with phrases in a language she couldn't identify. Perhaps Elvish, if such a thing existed. The entries were fragmentary, observations rather than instructions. The blue enamel carriage clock contains a minute from a wedding night in Siena, 1487. The bride's name was Caterina. She never knew it was taken. She lived 83 years and died peacefully. 1 minute shorter than God intended. 1 minute. 60 seconds. It seemed like nothing. The time it took to boil water, to tie a shoe, to kiss someone goodbye. But her grandfather's journals insisted otherwise. Those stolen minutes were meaningful, extracted from the most crucial moments. The minute before a child was born. The minute after a betrayal was discovered. The minute when a decision was made that would alter everything. The elves, according to the journals, had believed that certain minutes contained more life than entire years. They had built their clocks to preserve these moments, to study them. perhaps to learn something about mortality that their immortal nature prevented them from understanding naturally. Elena didn't know if she believed any of it, but she couldn't deny what she experienced when she worked on the clocks. Each repair brought her closer to the minute trapped inside. Sometimes she caught glimpses, flashes of color, fragments of sound, the sensation of rain or sunlight or rough stone beneath unfamiliar hands. Once, while repairing a small brass alarm clock, she had tasted honey and heard a woman's laughter, bright and full of mischief. The kind of laughter that belonged to someone who had never imagined sorrow. The pocket watch on her workbench was proving difficult. Its mechanism was corroded, the mainspring broken, several gear teeth sheared off. She had ordered replacement parts from a supplier in Milan, but they hadn't arrived yet, and the postal system was still unreliable, still recovering from the war's disruptions. In the meantime, she cleaned and cataloged, making detailed sketches of the damage, preparing for the restoration. Outside, Florence was doing the same, cleaning its wounds, cataloging its losses, preparing to restore what could be restored, and mourn what couldn't. The city had suffered less than others. The Germans had blown only the bridges, sparing most of the architecture, though the Ponte Vecchio survived by what locals called a miracle, or perhaps a bribe, or perhaps something else entirely. The streets were still scarred, buildings pocked with bullet holes, windows covered with boards instead of glass. But life was returning. Markets reopened. Cafes set out tables. People stopped walking with their eyes down and began looking up again, remembering how to notice beauty. Elena rarely left the workshop. She took her meals there, slept in the small apartment above, ventured out only for supplies or to visit the cemetery where her grandfather rested beside her grandmother, her parents, and the brother she barely remembered, dead at 7 from scarlet fever when Elena was 4. Her family had been clockmakers for 6 generations, each inheriting the workshop and its secrets, though she suspected she was the first to truly understand what those secrets meant. The workshop itself was modest, a single room on Via dell'Oriuolo, squeezed between a cobbler's shop and a pharmacy. The street had been named for the clockmakers who had once clustered there, back when mechanical timepieces were rare and expensive, owned only by churches and wealthy families. Now, clocks were common, mass-produced in factories, and traditional clockmakers had become relics themselves, practicing an art that fewer people valued. But Elena's workshop was different. Word had spread quietly among certain collectors and scholars that the Rossetti girl could repair clocks that others couldn't, timepieces that had stopped for no visible reason, clocks that ran backward or skipped hours or chimed at the wrong times, peculiar mechanisms that seemed to have minds of their own. They arrived at her door wrapped in velvet, accompanied by notes written in careful hands. This belonged to my great-grandmother. It stopped the day she died. Can you make it run again? Or, I purchased this at an estate sale. It keeps time beautifully for 6 days. Then on the 7th day it runs backward until midnight. Is this normal? She never promised anything. She accepted each commission with the same response. I'll examine it. If it can be repaired, I'll repair it. If not, I'll tell you why. Her fees were reasonable, her work meticulous. She had inherited her grandfather's skill and added her own gift, a sensitivity to the clocks that went beyond technical knowledge. She could feel what was wrong with them, sense where the enchantment had frayed or broken, understand intuitively how to coax them back to function. The pocket watch whispered again, softer now, as if growing tired. Elena set down her loop and picked up the watch, holding it in her palm. It was heavier than it should be, given its size and materials. That extra weight was the minute inside, her grandfather had explained. A minute had mass, though not the kind that could be measured on a scale. It had density, substance, presence. It pressed against the world in ways that physics couldn't account for. She closed her fingers around the watch and closed her eyes. Concentrated. Listened. The minute revealed itself slowly, like a photograph developing in chemical bath. She saw a street, cobblestones, buildings with shuttered windows, laundry hanging between balconies. Heard a bicycle bell, a dog barking, children playing. Felt summer heat, the particular heavy warmth of July in Italy. Smelled bread baking, and underneath that, the green scent of the Arno. She was standing, no, someone else was standing, in front of a door. A blue door, number 17. A hand, not her hand, someone else's hand, a man's hand, reached out to knock. Hesitated, pulled back, reached out again. And in that minute of hesitation, everything hung in balance. A choice not yet made. A future not yet determined. Then it faded, and she was back in the workshop, the pocket watch cooling in her palm, her heart racing as if she had been running. She opened her eyes and checked the time on the wall clock, a mundane, non-enchanted piece that kept ordinary time. It was past 6. The light through the window had turned gold, the particular gold of late spring evenings in Tuscany, warm and forgiving. She should eat something, though she rarely felt hungry anymore. Food had become functional rather than pleasurable, fuel for the work rather than something to savor. But the work was everything now. The work was how she kept her grandfather close, how she made sense of his legacy, how she contributed to the world's slow healing. Each clock she repaired was a small act of restoration, returning something lost, making something broken whole again. That it also meant preserving stolen minutes, maintaining enchantments, keeping alive the remnants of elvish magic. That was simply the nature of the inheritance she had received. She wrapped the pocket watch in a soft cloth and placed it in a drawer, then moved to the shelves where the enchanted clocks waited. 47 of them her grandfather had collected over a lifetime. Some had come to him for repair and were never claimed. Others he had purchased at auctions or from dealers who didn't know what they truly had. A few, according to his journals, he had found in abandoned places, empty houses, closed churches, the aftermath of estates where everyone who might have known the clock's significance had died without passing the knowledge forward. Each clock was a mystery. Each clock was a responsibility. And each clock she was beginning to understand was waiting, not just to be repaired, but for something else, some purpose she hadn't yet grasped. The grandmother clock with the moonstone face stood in the corner, silent and luminous in the fading light. Elena approached it, as she did most evenings, and placed her hand against its case. The wood was smooth, ancient, probably walnut or cherry, dark with age and polish. Through her palm, she felt the minute inside. This one was different from the others, larger somehow, more complete. Not just a minute, but a whole small world contained in 60 seconds. Her grandfather's final words came back to her. Never wind them backward, Elena. Never. She had wondered, of course, what would happen if she did. Would the minute be released? Would it return to the person it had been taken from, decades or centuries after it was stolen? Or would something else occur? Something dangerous? Something that explained the warning in her grandfather's voice? Tomorrow, she decided, she would begin the real work. Tomorrow, she would start attempting to repair the enchantments themselves, not just the mechanisms. She would try to return the minutes to wherever they belonged, if such a thing was possible. And if it wasn't, if the elves had built these clocks to hold their stolen moments forever, then she would at least ensure that the minutes were preserved properly, kept safe, honored for what they were. Fragments of lives, small infinities, stolen magic that still pulsed with meaning. Outside, the bells rang 7 times. The city settled into evening, and in the workshop on Via dell'Oriuolo, surrounded by silent clocks that held the stolen minutes of forgotten lives, Elena Rossetti made herself a cup of ersatz coffee, opened her grandfather's journal to a new page, and began to read about the elves who had walked through Florence when the world was younger, and time itself was still learning what it meant to be measured. The morning came wrapped in mist, the kind that rose from the Arno and clung to Florence's stones like memory. Elena woke to the sound of the cobbler next door opening his shutters, the familiar creak of wood and metal that had marked her mornings for as long as she could remember. She dressed in her work clothes, a simple cotton dress, dark blue, with an apron that had belonged to her grandmother, its pockets deep enough to hold tools and small parts. Downstairs, the workshop waited in half-light, the enchanted clocks casting no shadows but emanating something else, a presence that made the air feel occupied even in stillness. She had grown accustomed to this feeling, the sense of being surrounded by paused lives, by moments that refused to dissolve into the past as moments were meant to do. She made her breakfast, bread with olive oil, an apple that had seen better days, and ate, standing at the workbench while reviewing her grandfather's journal. The entry she had read last night stayed with her, written in his hand during the winter of 1938. Today, I met a man who claimed to have seen one of the guild elves in Venice near the Rialto in 1897. He was a child then, playing in the calle with his brothers, when a figure emerged from a shop that wasn't there the day before and wouldn't be there the day after. The figure was tall, he said, with hands too long and eyes too bright, carrying a wooden case that hummed like a hive. The elf looked directly at him, the only child who had noticed, and smiled. And in that smile the boy understood something he couldn't articulate. That time was not a river flowing in one direction, but a web. And somewhere in that web were pockets, small catches, where moments could be preserved like butterflies under glass. The boy never forgot. He became a scholar of horology, spent his life searching for the enchanted clocks, and died having found none. But he gave me 3 names: Sylvanus, Elindra, Mordain, the masters of the guild, the ones who built the first clocks that could hold more than hours. Elena had found those names in other entries too, scattered through the journals like a refrain. Sylvanus, who had supposedly worked in Florence during the Renaissance, building clocks for the Medici that were said to predict the future, though what they actually did, her grandfather speculated, was contain minutes from the future, stolen and brought backward. Elindra, who had lived in Prague and created the astronomical clock's hidden companion, a smaller mechanism kept in the Jewish quarter that measured not the movement of stars, but the weight of prayers. And Mordain, the oldest, who had walked through Damascus and Constantinople and Rome, leaving behind clocks that contained the minutes when prophets had their visions, when poets found their perfect words, when lovers made the promises that would define generations. Legends, perhaps. Myths built around the very real enchanted clocks. But her grandfather had believed, and the evidence was here, on these shelves. timepieces that shouldn't exist, that defied rational explanation, that held something alive inside their cases. The bell above the workshop door chimed. A normal bell, not enchanted, installed to alert her to customers. Elena looked up to see an old woman entering, moving carefully with a cane, dressed in black as so many widows were, her face a geography of grief and endurance. "Signorina Rossetti." The woman's voice was soft, uncertain. "Yes, please, come in. How can I help you?" The woman reached into her handbag and withdrew a small object wrapped in embroidered cloth. She unfolded it with trembling hands to reveal a lady's pendant watch, gold with delicate engravings of ivy and roses, suspended on a tarnished chain. "This was my mother's," the woman said, "and her mother's before that. It stopped working on the day my daughter was born. That was 24 years ago. I've taken it to 3 clockmakers in Florence and none of them could repair it. They said the mechanism was too damaged, too old, that parts couldn't be found. But I heard that you—" She hesitated, searching for words. "That you can repair clocks that others cannot." Elena took the watch carefully, feeling its weight in her palm. Immediately, she knew. The extra density, the warmth that had nothing to do with the room's temperature, the faint vibration that was almost but not quite mechanical. This was one of them. An enchanted clock, holding a stolen minute, and the woman had carried it for 24 years not knowing what it truly was. "I'll need to examine it," Elena said. "It may take several days, perhaps longer. And I should tell you that some damage cannot be repaired, but I'll do my best." The woman's eyes filled with tears. "My daughter is getting married next month. I wanted to give it to her, working again, the way it was meant to be passed down. It's the only thing I have from my mother. The war took everything else." Florence was full of such stories. Objects that had survived when people hadn't. Heirlooms that carried more weight than gold, because they were all that remained of families that had been whole once, before the world tore itself apart. "What is your daughter's name?" Elena asked. "Lucia. She's marrying a good man, a teacher. They're going to move to his village near Arezzo. I won't see her often." The woman's voice cracked. "I want her to have this piece of her grandmother, something to remember where she comes from." Elena wrapped the watch again and wrote a receipt, noting the woman's name, Signora Benedetti, and her address. "Come back in 2 weeks. I'll have an answer for you by then." After the woman left, Elena stood holding the pendant watch, feeling the minute inside. She closed her eyes and let it speak to her, the way her grandfather had taught her. Not forcing the vision, but allowing it to emerge like a memory surfacing from deep water. She saw a room, small and bright with summer light, a bed with white linens, a woman lying there, young, perhaps 20, her face flushed with effort and pain and something transcendent, a midwife beside her, murmuring encouragement, and then a cry. Not the mother's cry, but another. A baby's first breath, first sound, first announcement of existence. And in that minute, everything changed. The world rearranged itself around this new life. The mother's face transformed from pain to wonder. The midwife's hands lifted the child into visibility. The minute of birth. The elves had stolen the minute when Lucia had entered the world. Elena opened her eyes, her heart pounding. She understood now why the watch had stopped 24 years ago. The minute it contained had been completed, closed, sealed. The watch had fulfilled its purpose of preservation and had no need to continue measuring ordinary time. But how did one repair such a thing? How did one make it run again without disturbing the minute inside? Her grandfather's journals offered limited guidance. Most of his notes dealt with maintaining the enchantments, preventing deterioration, ensuring the minutes remained stable and contained. Only a few entries discussed actual repair, and those were fragmentary, cautious, marked with warnings. She carried the pendant watch to her workbench and set it down carefully. Then she retrieved her tools: screwdrivers sized for delicate work, tweezers, a set of jeweler's files, a magnifying glass mounted on an articulated arm. She lit the oil lamp that provided focused light for close work, though electricity had recently been restored to this part of the city. She preferred the lamp. Its flame felt appropriate for this kind of work, fire being older than electricity, closer to the age when these clocks were made. The watch case opened with difficulty, its hinges stiff with age and disuse. Inside, the mechanism was exquisite, handcrafted, each component made with precision that modern factory production couldn't match. But it was also clearly damaged. The mainspring had snapped. Several pivot holes were worn, causing the gears to sit incorrectly. The escapement was frozen with corrosion. Yet, underneath the mechanical damage, she could sense the enchantment intact, woven through the metal like an invisible thread, holding the stolen minute in place. The elves had built their magic to last. The mechanisms might fail, but the enchantments endured. She spent the morning documenting the damage, making sketches, taking measurements. The work was meditative, requiring total attention, leaving no room for the thoughts that sometimes crowded her mind. Thoughts of loneliness, of purpose, of whether she was honoring her grandfather's legacy or merely becoming as isolated and strange as he had been in his final years. At noon, the pharmacy owner's daughter brought her lunch, a bowl of ribollita, the Tuscan bread soup that had sustained Florence through centuries of hardship. The girl, perhaps 14, lingered at the threshold, curious but slightly afraid. "Is it true?" the girl asked. "That you fix magic clocks?" Elena smiled. "I fix old clocks, very old clocks. Some people call them magic. My teacher says magic isn't real, that it's all just stories and superstition." "Your teacher is probably right," Elena said. "But sometimes stories and superstition are how we describe things we don't have other words for yet." The girl considered this, then nodded and left. And Elena was alone again with her soup and her clocks and the particular silence that was never quite silent, populated as it was with the stolen minutes breathing in their cases. She returned to the pendant watch after eating, beginning the delicate process of disassembly. Each piece she removed, she cleaned and inspected, setting it on a white cloth in precise order so she could reconstruct the mechanism correctly. The work took hours. The afternoon light changed, softened, began its slow decline toward evening. As she worked, she thought about Signora Benedetti's daughter, Lucia, who had lived 24 years with 1 minute of her life stolen, preserved in gold and gears, carried by her grandmother who had no idea what she possessed. Had Lucia felt the absence? Was there some part of her birth that remained incomplete? Some fragment of her beginning that never properly arrived? Her grandfather's journals suggested not. The elves, he had written, were careful thieves. They took only what wouldn't be missed, minutes so brief and so complete that their absence left no visible wound. A person could live a full life minus 1 minute and never know anything was missing. The theft was perfect, invisible, victimless. Except it wasn't, Elena thought, because the minute didn't belong in a watch. It belonged in a life, And even if that life couldn't feel its absence, even if Lucia had grown up whole and happy and unaware, something had still been taken. Something still needed to be returned. But how? That was the question her grandfather had never answered, perhaps because he had never known. The journals contained no instructions for releasing the minutes, no ritual or procedure for undoing what the elves had done. They contained only warnings. Never wind them backward. Never try to extract the minute by force. Never attempt to return it to its source. Why? What would happen if she tried? She thought of her grandfather's death, peaceful in his sleep, his work unfinished. Had he died with that question unanswered? Or had he known the answer and deliberately left it unwritten, protecting her from knowledge that might be dangerous? The pendant watch lay disassembled on her workbench, its components spread across the white cloth like a puzzle waiting to be solved. Somewhere in the heart of those pieces, invisible but present, was the minute when Lucia Benedetti had entered the world, when her mother's pain had transformed into love, when the midwife had lifted a new soul into the light. Elena picked up the balance wheel, the component that regulated the watch's rhythm, and held it to the lamp. In the firelight, she could see the enchantment more clearly, a shimmer like heat rising from summer pavement, woven into the metal itself. The elves had been master craftsmen, but they had been something more too. Artists, philosophers, thieves who stole with purpose, believing that some minutes deserved to be preserved, studied, kept safe from time's erosion. She set the balance wheel down carefully and reached for her grandfather's journal, flipping to an entry marked with a pressed flower. Lavender, she thought, though it was too dried to be certain. The entry read, "The elves understood what we forget, that time is not uniform. Some minutes contain multitudes. Some seconds stretch to hold entire worlds. They built their clocks to honor this truth, to preserve the minutes when life was most intensely itself. But preservation is not the same as possession. The minutes they stole still belong to the lives they were stolen from. Someday, someone must return them. Someday, someone must learn how." Elena read the words 3 times, then closed the journal and sat in the growing darkness, surrounded by clocks that held the stolen minutes of forgotten lives, understanding that her inheritance was larger than she had imagined. Her grandfather hadn't just left her a workshop and a collection of enchanted timepieces. He had left her a task, a responsibility, a question that needed answering. How do you return a stolen minute to a life that has already lived without it? And, more importantly, should you? The dream came that night as it had come before, recurring with the persistence of tide. Elena walked through a city that was Florence but also wasn't, its streets familiar yet transformed. The buildings taller and more slender than architecture should allow. Their windows shaped like teardrops, their doors carved with symbols that hurted to look at directly. The light was wrong too. Not sunlight or moonlight, but something in between, silver and gold at once, casting shadows that moved independently of the objects that created them. She followed those shadows through narrow alleys that twisted like veins, past workshops where figures bent over workbenches, their hands too long, their movements too fluid, shaping metal and wood into forms that seemed to breathe. The air smelled of brass and roses and something else, something sweet and sharp that made her think of time itself, if time could have a scent. At the end of a call that hadn't existed a moment before, she found a door. It was carved from a wood so dark it seemed to absorb light. and set into it was a clock face, not painted or attached, but grown from the wood itself, as if the tree had dreamed of measuring time and the dream had become real. The hands pointed to no hour she recognized. The numerals were in a script she couldn't read but somehow understood meant threshold, boundary, the place where one thing becomes another. She reached for the door, and it opened before she touched it, revealing a room full of clocks. Not 47 clocks, but hundreds, thousands, an infinite regression of timepieces stretching into a distance that had no end. Each one held a minute. Each one breathed with stolen life. And standing among them, waiting as if he had always been waiting, was a figure tall and thin, with eyes that held the color of winter sky, and hands that moved when he spoke as if conducting an invisible orchestra. "You are the inheritor," he said, his voice like wind through hollow reeds. "You are the one who must choose." "Choose what?" Elena asked, though in the dream she already knew, had always known. Whether to preserve or to return, whether to honor the theft or undo it, whether the minutes we stole were meant to be kept forever, or if every debt, no matter how old, must eventually be paid. "Who are you?" "I am Sylvanus. I am the first clockmaker. I am the one who learned to catch time in metal and make it hold still." He moved closer, and she saw that he was impossibly old and impossibly young at once, his face unlined but his eyes ancient, heavy with centuries. "We thought we were preserving what was precious. We thought we were saving the most intense moments from dissolution, keeping them safe the way amber keeps insects, the way ice keeps seeds. But preservation is a kind of death too, isn't it? A beautiful death, perhaps, but still a stopping, still an end." "Why did you do it?" Elena heard herself ask. "Why steal the minutes?" Sylvanus smiled, and in his smile was sorrow deeper than oceans. "Because we are immortal, and we wanted to understand what it meant to have so little time. Because humans live such brief, bright lives. And we thought if we could capture the brightest moments, we could study them, learn from them, understand what makes mortality precious. But we were wrong. The minutes don't teach us anything. They just sit in their cases, perfect and dead, while the lives they were stolen from continue without them, slightly diminished, slightly incomplete, and no one ever knows what's missing." The clocks around them began to tick, all at once, a thunder of accumulated seconds. "You must choose," Sylvanus said again. "You have inherited not just the clocks, but the question they ask. Every clockmaker in your line has faced this choice, and everyone has chosen preservation, has chosen to maintain what we built, to keep the minutes safe. But safe from what? From being lived? From mattering?" "How do I return them?" Elena asked. "If I choose to return them, how do I do it?" "You already know," Sylvanus said, and reached out with one of his 2 long hands to touch the center of her forehead. His finger was cold, ice cold, winter cold, and where it touched her, knowledge bloomed like frost forming on glass. Elena woke gasping, the first light of dawn touching her window, her heart racing as if she had been running. She lay still, letting the dream fade, letting the knowledge Sylvanus had given her settle into the place where dreams become understanding. She knew now. She knew what would happen if she wound the clocks backward. She knew how to return the stolen minutes, and she knew the cost. She rose and dressed quickly, descended to the workshop while the city still slept, and stood before the grandmother clock with the moonstone face. Her hand shook as she reached for the winding key, ornate brass shaped like a vine, and inserted it into the keyhole carved into the clock's base. Her grandfather's warning echoed in her mind. Never wind them backward, Elena. Never. But wasn't that exactly what he had wanted? Wasn't that why he had left her the workshop, the clocks, the journals that documented everything except the final answer? He had wanted her to solve what he couldn't, to have the courage he had lacked, to do what each generation of clockmakers had failed to do. She turned the key. Backward, against the direction time was meant to move. The clock shuddered. The moonstone face began to glow, soft at first, then brighter, casting pale light across the workshop. Elena felt the minute inside beginning to loosen, to wake, to remember it had once been part of a life instead of trapped in a mechanism. The gears reversed their motion. The pendulum swung in an impossible direction. And then, the workshop disappeared. Elena stood in a garden she had never seen, in a city she didn't recognize, in a time that felt centuries removed from her own. The garden was formal, geometric, planted with herbs and flowers arranged in intricate patterns. A fountain played in the center, water falling in crystalline arcs. The air smelled of lavender and mint and sun-warmed stone. A woman walked toward her. No, not toward her, because the woman couldn't see her. Elena understood she was invisible here, a ghost, a witness to a moment that had already happened long ago. The woman was young, perhaps 30, wearing a dress of deep green velvet, her dark hair plaited and coiled. She carried a basket of cut roses. The woman stopped beside the fountain and stood very still, her face tilted toward the sky. And in that minute, exactly 1 minute, no more, no less, Elena felt the weight of what the woman was experiencing. Not joy, exactly, and not sorrow, but something more complex. The understanding that life was brief and beautiful and impossible to hold. The woman was happy in that moment. Elena could feel it. Happy in a way that had nothing to do with any specific event or circumstance. Happy simply to exist, to breathe, to stand in sunlight beside a fountain with roses in her basket, and the whole world arranged around her in perfect temporary harmony. Then the minute ended, and Elena was back in the workshop, standing before the grandmother clock, her hand still on the key. The moonstone face had gone dark. The clock was silent, and the minute it had held for centuries was gone. Not destroyed, but returned, given back to the woman in the garden, to the moment when she had experienced it, seamlessly reintegrated into the life it had been stolen from. Elena's legs gave way. She sat heavily on the floor, her breath coming in short gasps, tears streaming down her face, though she couldn't have said why she was crying. Relief, perhaps, or grief, or something else entirely. She had done it. She had returned a stolen minute. And the cost? The cost was that she had felt it, had experienced it as if it were her own, had carried just for 60 seconds the full weight of another person's life, another person's joy, another person's brief and perfect happiness. That was what Sylvanus had shown her in the dream. That was the price of returning the minutes. The clockmaker had to experience them, had to bear witness, had to carry each stolen moment through the machinery of return and feel its full intensity as it passed back to its rightful place in time. 1 minute might not seem like much, but 47 clocks, 47 stolen minutes, each one containing more life than entire years. How many could she bear? How many before the weight of other people's most intense moments crushed her? She sat on the floor as the sun rose higher, as the city woke around her. as the normal sounds of morning, shutters opening, vendors calling, church bells marking the hours, reminded her that ordinary time continued its forward march, indifferent to the small miracle she had just performed. Finally, she stood and approached the grandmother clock again. She placed her hand against its case, feeling for the minute that had lived inside for so long. It was gone. Truly gone. The clock was empty now, just wood and metal and glass, no longer enchanted, no longer alive with stolen life. It was simply a clock, and it would never tick again. She felt the loss like a physical thing, an absence where presence had been. The workshop was diminished. One less minute, one less preserved moment, one less fragment of another time breathing quietly in the shadows. But somewhere, sometime, a woman in a green velvet dress stood beside a fountain with roses in her basket, and her minute of perfect happiness was complete again, whole again, hers again in a way it hadn't been for centuries. Elena returned to her workbench where Signora Benedetti's pendant watch lay disassembled. She looked at the components spread across the white cloth, knowing now what she had to do. She would repair the mechanism. She would make it run again. But she would also return the minute it held. The minute when Lucia Benedetti had entered the world, when her first cry had announced her existence, when her mother's pain had transformed into love. But not yet. She wasn't ready yet. She needed to understand more, to prepare herself for what bearing witness would cost. She needed to read the rest of her grandfather's journals, to learn what he had known about the elves and their guild, to understand why they had built these clocks in the first place. She spent the rest of the morning reading, taking notes, piecing together the history that her grandfather had documented over decades of research. The elves had come to Europe during what humans called the Dark Ages, though they had walked the earth long before that, in places that had no names in any modern language. They had been drawn to human cities as humans began to build more complex civilizations, fascinated by the way mortality shaped human behavior, by the urgency and intensity that came from knowing life was limited. They had tried many ways to understand this, observing humans, living among them in disguise, even falling in love with them, though such unions were forbidden by their own laws and always ended in sorrow. But observation wasn't enough. They wanted to study mortality more directly, to examine it the way an anatomist examines a body, to see its structure and understand its workings. So they had created the Guild. 7 master clockmakers, Sylvanus, Elindra, Mordain, and 4 others whose names her grandfather had never learned, who dedicated themselves to building timepieces that could capture and preserve the moments when human life was most intensely itself. Birth and death, love and betrayal, decision and revelation. The minutes when time seemed to stand still because so much was happening, so much was changing, so much was at stake. They had worked for centuries, building their clocks, placing them in cities across Europe and beyond, waiting for the right moments to occur and then stealing them, quick and clean and invisible. They had accumulated thousands of stolen minutes, building workshops full of enchanted timepieces, creating what they believed was a library of mortality, a collection of preserved moments that would teach them what it meant to live with so little time. But they had learned nothing. Her grandfather's journals were clear on this point. The elves had studied their stolen minutes for centuries and understood mortality no better at the end than at the beginning. Because you cannot understand life by removing it from the living. You cannot study joy by imprisoning it in metal. You cannot learn what time means by stealing it from the people who experience it. Eventually, the guild had dissolved. the elves had abandoned their project, recognizing it as a failure. A beautiful failure, perhaps, but a failure nonetheless. They had left their clocks scattered across the world, left them in the hands of human clockmakers who would maintain them without understanding them, who would pass them down through generations, who would keep the stolen minutes preserved and safe and utterly pointless. Until now. Until Elena. Until someone finally asked the question that should have been asked centuries ago. How do we return what was stolen? How do we make this right? She closed the journal and looked around the workshop at the remaining 46 enchanted clocks. 46 stolen minutes. 46 moments when someone's life had been most intensely itself. 46 opportunities to bear witness, to feel the weight of another person's joy or sorrow or revelation, to carry their minute through the machinery of return and give it back to them across the centuries. It would take years. It might take decades. She might never finish, but she would try. She would honor her grandfather's unspoken wish. She would do what every clockmaker in her line had failed to do. She would return the stolen minutes one by one, no matter the cost. Outside, the bells of Santa Maria del Fiore rang noon, and Florence continued its slow recovery from war, its own kind of return, its own attempt to make broken things whole again. And in the workshop on Via dell'Oriuolo, surrounded by clocks that held the stolen minutes of forgotten lives, Elena Rossetti began the work of undoing what should never have been done, of making right what had been wrong for centuries, of learning that sometimes the only way to honor the past is to let it go. 3 days passed before Elena felt ready to work on Signora Benedetti's pendant watch again. 3 days of reading her grandfather's journals, of sitting with the silent grandmother clock and mourning its emptiness, of preparing herself for what she would experience when she returned the minute of Lucia's birth. The city around her continued its routines. The cobbler next door repaired shoes with rhythmic hammering. The pharmacy sold remedies for ailments both real and imagined. People walked past her window without knowing that inside, among the ordinary clocks that ticked their ordinary time, sat timepieces that held fragments of lives from centuries past, waiting to be released. She received 2 new commissions during those 3 days. A mantel clock from a professor at the university, its case made of black marble veined with gold, its mechanism frozen at 3:30. She felt the enchantment immediately. This one held a minute from a lecture hall, she sensed, a minute when understanding had bloomed in a student's mind, when abstract symbols had suddenly resolved into meaning. The second was a pocket watch brought by a nervous young man who said it had belonged to his great-grandfather, a soldier who had carried it through the First War. This one held something darker. A minute from a trench, she could feel it. A minute when death had passed close enough to touch but had moved on to claim someone else instead. She accepted both commissions and added the clocks to her shelves, bringing her collection to 48. 48 stolen minutes waiting to be returned. The work stretched before her like a path disappearing into fog, its end impossible to see. On the 4th morning, she assembled her tools and began the careful work of repairing Signora Benedetti's pendant watch. The mechanical damage was extensive, but not insurmountable. She had ordered replacement parts from her supplier in Milan, and they had finally arrived. A new mainspring, fresh pivots, a balance staff to replace the corroded one. She worked slowly, methodically, losing herself in the precision required, the way each component had to fit exactly, the way the smallest misalignment could prevent the entire mechanism from functioning. By afternoon, the watch was mechanically sound. She wound it carefully, forward, always forward, and watched the second's hand begin its sweep around the dial. The watch kept perfect time now, ticking steadily, faithfully, its gears meshing as they were designed to do. But the enchantment remained, the stolen minute still trapped inside, making the watch heavier than it should be, warmer than metal at room temperature should feel. She held the watch in her palm and felt her heart accelerate. She wasn't ready. How could anyone be ready to experience another person's most intense moment? How could she prepare herself to feel what Signora Benedetti's mother had felt when her daughter entered the world? But delay would only make it harder. She had learned that lesson from her grandfather's journals. He had written about the clocks he had meant to return, the minutes he had planned to release, the work he had always intended to do tomorrow. And tomorrow had become next week, next month, next year, until finally there were no tomorrows left and the work had passed to her. She would not make the same mistake. Elena closed the workshop early, locking the door and turning the sign to indicate she was not receiving visitors. She lit candles, not for light, as electricity now illuminated the workshop, but for ritual, for the sense that what she was about to do required ceremony. She placed the pendant watch on her workbench and retrieved the winding key she had used on the grandmother clock. The key fit the pendant watch's winding stem as if it had been made for it. Perhaps it had. Perhaps the elves had created a single key that could open all their enchanted clocks. A master key that unlocked not just mechanisms but the minutes trapped inside them. She took a deep breath and began to turn the key backward. The watch shuddered in her hand. The candle flames bent sideways, drawn toward the watch as if it were pulling not just time but light itself into its mechanism. The air grew heavy, dense with presence, and Elena felt the workshop beginning to fade around her. The transition was less abrupt this time. She had a moment to feel the floor beneath her feet dissolving, the walls becoming transparent, the present moment thinning like fabric worn to the point of tearing. And then she was through, standing invisible in a small room bright with afternoon light. And she understood immediately that this was the same room she had glimpsed while examining the watch days earlier. The woman on the bed, young, exhausted, her nightgown soaked with sweat, was Signora Benedetti's mother, though she looked nothing like the elderly widow who had visited the workshop. This woman was perhaps 22 or 23, her face unlined, her dark hair damp against her forehead. The midwife beside her was elderly, competent, murmuring encouragement in a dialect that Elena recognized as being from somewhere south of Florence, perhaps Siena or Montepulciano. "One more push," the midwife said. "Just one more, and you'll meet your daughter." The woman on the bed nodded, too exhausted to speak, and gathered what strength remained. Elena felt it, felt the woman's determination, her fear, her desperate hope that everything would be well, that the baby would be healthy, that she herself would survive this, that the future she had imagined would actually arrive instead of ending here, in blood and pain and failure. Then the baby came, slipping into the midwife's experienced hands with a sound like water, like flowing, like something essential finally reaching the place it was meant to be. And in that instant, in that single minute when the midwife lifted the baby into visibility, when the first cry split the air, when the mother saw her daughter for the first time, Elena experienced everything. She felt the mother's exhaustion transform into exhilaration, felt the pain recede, becoming secondary, unimportant, already fading into memory, felt love arrive with the force of revelation, sudden and absolute, a restructuring of reality around this new small person who hadn't existed a moment ago, and who now was everything, the center around which the whole world would orbit. But she felt more than just the mother's experience. Somehow, impossibly, she felt the baby's experience too. The shock of air, the brightness after darkness, the confusion and terror and instinctive search for comfort. She felt the midwife's satisfaction, the professional pride of a life's work done well. She felt the late afternoon sunlight on the walls, the smell of lavender water and blood, the texture of the sheets beneath the mother's body, the weight of the baby in the midwife's arms. She felt all of it at once, a minute that contained multitudes, a 60-second infinity that held an entire transformation, from pregnant woman to mother, from potential to person, from imagined future to present reality. And then, as quickly as it had come, the minute ended. Elena was back in her workshop, on her knees on the floor, gasping for air, her face wet with tears that belonged both to her and to the mother she had just witnessed, to the overwhelming gratitude and relief and love that had flooded through that small, bright room 24 years ago. The pendant watch lay on the floor beside her where she had dropped it. She picked it up with shaking hands and felt immediately that it had changed. The enchantment was gone. The watch was lighter now, cooler, just gold and gears and nothing more. The stolen minute had been returned, given back to the moment when it had been lived, seamlessly reintegrated into Signora Benedetti's mother's experience of her daughter's birth. Elena sat on the floor until her breathing steadied, until the tears stopped, until she could think clearly again. She understood now why her grandfather had never returned the stolen minutes. Not because he lacked courage, but because the cost was so high. Each minute she returned would require her to bear witness with her entire being, to experience someone else's most intense moment as if it were her own, to carry the full emotional weight of joy or sorrow or revelation or love. 1 minute had left her shattered. How would she survive 47 more? But even as she asked herself this question, she knew the answer. She would survive because she had to. Because the minutes didn't belong in clocks. Because every moment she returned was an act of restoration, of making right what had been wrong, of honoring the lives those minutes had been stolen from. She stood slowly, her legs unsteady, and carried the pendant watch to her workbench. She cleaned it carefully, polished the gold case until it gleamed, replaced the chain with a new one from her supplies, silk cord instead of the tarnished original, deep blue like the evening sky. Then she wrapped it in fresh cloth and placed it in a small velvet box she kept for completed repairs. Signora Benedetti would have her heirloom back. The watch would keep time now, accurately and faithfully, ready to be given to Lucia on her wedding day. And somewhere in the past, in a small bright room 24 years ago, a woman had experienced her daughter's birth with a completeness that she hadn't had before, with a wholeness that made the moment exactly what it was always meant to be. Elena made herself eat, though she had no appetite. She needed to maintain her strength. The work ahead would require everything she had. Physical stamina, yes, but also emotional resilience, spiritual fortitude, the ability to bear witness to other people's lives without losing herself in them. That night, she dreamed of the elves again. But this time, instead of Sylvanus appearing alone, all 7 members of the guild stood before her in a workshop that existed outside of time. They were tall and strange and beautiful in the way that wild things are beautiful. Not gentle, not safe, but compelling in their absolute difference from human form. Sylvanus spoke for them all. You have begun the work we could not finish. You have chosen to return what we stole. We are grateful, though gratitude changes nothing, repairs nothing, makes nothing right. We were wrong to take the minutes. We were wrong to think we could understand mortality by removing it from the living. We were wrong about everything except this. Some moments deserve to be remembered, to be honored, to be recognized as containing more life than entire years. Then why did you steal them? Elena asked. If you knew they belonged to the people who lived them, why take them at all? Because we were afraid, said Elindra, her voice like bells in fog. We are immortal, but we are not immune to fear. We feared that without understanding mortality, we would never truly understand life. We feared that our endless existence was somehow less real than your brief ones. We feared that you, who have so little time, might actually have everything, while we, who have forever, might have nothing at all. And did you learn? Elena asked. Did the stolen minutes teach you what you wanted to know? No, said Mordain, ancient beyond reckoning. They taught us only what we should have known from the beginning, that you cannot study life by removing it from those who live it. That preservation is not the same as understanding, that some questions can only be answered by living them, not by observing them from outside. The other 4 elves said nothing, but their silence was agreement, confirmation, a shared acknowledgement of failure that had taken centuries to admit. We give you this gift, Sylvanus said, stepping forward. He held out his hand, and in his palm lay a small silver key, different from the brass one she had been using. This key will make the return easier. Not painless, bearing witness will always cost you something, but easier. Use it when your strength fails. Use it when you doubt whether you can continue. Use it to remember that the work you do honors both the living and the dead, both the past and the present, both the stolen and the thieves who took what was not theirs to take. Elena reached for the key, and as her fingers closed around it, she woke to find it lying on her pillow, real and solid and gleaming in the morning light that filtered through her window. She picked it up, feeling its weight, its coolness, its reality. The elves had given her a gift. The elves had acknowledged their mistake. The elves had trusted her to undo what they had done. She rose and descended to the workshop, where 46 enchanted clocks waited on their shelves, each one holding a stolen minute, each one breathing softly with borrowed life. She placed the silver key on her workbench beside the brass one. 2 tools for 2 different kinds of work. The brass for opening, the silver for bearing witness. Then she selected the next clock to repair, a carriage clock with a case of blue enamel decorated with painted stars, and began to read what her grandfather had written about the minute it contained. The work would take years. It would cost her everything she had to give, but she would do it. For her grandfather, for the elves who had finally admitted their mistake, for Signora Benedetti and her daughter and her mother, for all the people whose minutes had been stolen, who had lived their lives slightly diminished, slightly incomplete, without ever knowing what was missing. She would return the stolen minutes one by one, bearing witness to each, until all 46 clocks were empty and ordinary again, until every moment was back where it belonged. Outside, Florence continued its recovery, stone by stone, street by street, life returning to places where death had visited. And inside the workshop on Via dell'Oriuolo, Elena Rossetti continued her own work of restoration, minute by minute, moment by moment, making whole what had been broken, returning what had been taken, one stolen infinity at a time. Summer arrived in Florence with the weight of honey, thick and golden, the kind of heat that made stones sweat and turned the Arno into a sluggish ribbon of green. Helena worked through the warmest hours when sensible people retreated indoors to shuttered rooms, when the city fell into afternoon silence, broken only by the cry of swallows and the distant bells marking hours that felt longer than they should. She had returned 6 minutes now. 6 stolen moments given back to the lives they belonged to. 6 clocks rendered ordinary, their enchantments dissolved, their purpose fulfilled and ended. Each return had cost her something: tears, exhaustion, a trembling in her hands that lasted for hours afterward, dreams that weren't quite nightmares, but weren't peaceful either. She was learning to recognize the signs of her own depletion, the way her body told her when she had given too much and needed to rest. The blue enamel carriage clock had held a minute from a wedding in Bruges, 1623. A bride standing at the altar, looking at her groom's face and understanding in that instant that she loved him. Not the polite affection of an arranged marriage, but something deeper, something that surprised her with its intensity. Helena had felt that surprise, that sudden bloom of recognition, and had carried it with her for days afterward, a warmth in her chest that didn't quite belong to her. The third clock, a bracket timepiece with a case of tortoiseshell, had contained a minute from a deathbed in Paris, 1789. An old man surrounded by his children and grandchildren, feeling his life slip away, and discovering that he wasn't afraid, that dying felt like coming home after a long journey. Helena had experienced his peace, his readiness, his gentle farewell to consciousness, and had understood for the first time that death could be merciful. The fourth had been harder. A pocket watch, brass with silver inlay, holding a minute from a betrayal in Madrid, 1701. A woman discovering letters hidden in her husband's desk, reading words meant for another, feeling her world crack apart like ice under sudden weight. Helena had felt that breaking, that sharp instant when trust shattered and everything changed, and had wept for hours afterward, mourning a marriage that had ended 3 centuries ago. The fifth and sixth had been different. Smaller moments, quieter, but no less intense for their softness. A minute when a child had learned to read, the symbols on a page suddenly resolving into meaning, into stories, into worlds. A minute when a gardener had stood in an orchard at dawn, watching light touch apple blossoms, and had felt such gratitude for beauty that it had nearly stopped his heart. Each minute taught her something. Each one expanded her understanding of what it meant to be human, to live briefly, to pack so much feeling and meaning into so little time. She was becoming a repository of other people's intensities, a vessel for experiences that weren't hers, but that she carried nonetheless. That shaped her in ways she was only beginning to understand. Signora Benedetti had returned for her pendant watch, arriving exactly 2 weeks after her first visit. Helena had given her the repaired timepiece in its velvet box, and the old woman had wept, holding the watch to her chest as if it were her mother herself, returned from death. "It's working," she had said, wonderstruck. "It's actually working. I thought I was afraid." She couldn't finish, couldn't articulate what she had feared, but Helena understood. She had feared that repair was impossible, that some things once broken could never be made whole, that the past was lost irretrievably, and all we could do was mourn it. "Your daughter will treasure it," Helena had said. Yes, she will. Signora Benedetti had looked at Helena with eyes that seemed to see past the surface, into the exhaustion and determination beneath. "You look tired, Signorina. You're working too hard. You should rest more, enjoy life. You're so young." Elena had smiled and said nothing, because how could she explain? How could she tell this elderly widow that she was doing the most important work of her life, that she was undoing centuries of theft, that she was learning what it meant to bear witness to the full spectrum of human experience? After Signora Benedetti left, Elena had added the money from the repair to the small box where she kept her earnings. It was enough to live on, barely. Enough for bread and oil and vegetables, enough to pay for the workshop's rent and the supplies she needed. Her grandfather had left her some savings, which she was trying not to deplete, but clockmaking had never been a lucrative profession, and enchanted clockmaking even less so. Not that she worked for money. The enchanted clocks she returned without charging anyone, because who would she charge? The minutes belonged to people long dead, to lives concluded centuries ago. She was simply the instrument of their return, the bridge between past and present, the one who bore witness and carried the stolen moments back to where they belonged. But the ordinary repairs, those she charged for, modestly, enough to survive. Word continued to spread through Florence's small community of collectors and scholars. More clocks arrived at her door, though not all of them were enchanted. She was learning to distinguish immediately the weight, the warmth, the particular quality of presence that enchanted timepieces possessed. The ordinary ones she repaired quickly, competently, charging fair prices and building a reputation as someone who could work miracles with damaged mechanisms. It was the enchanted ones that consumed her, though. The ones that whispered in their cases, that held stolen minutes, that waited on her shelves for their turn to be returned. She had developed a system, working on one enchanted clock while completing several ordinary repairs in between, giving herself time to recover from the intensity of bearing witness, maintaining the balance between her work for the living and her work for the dead. She kept detailed records now, more detailed than her grandfather's, documenting not just the clocks themselves, but what she experienced during each return. The minute from the wedding in Bruges, the minute from the deathbed in Paris, the minute from the betrayal in Madrid. She wrote it all down, filling journal after journal with descriptions of other people's most intense moments, creating a chronicle of stolen time that was also a chronicle of what it meant to be human. One afternoon in late June, a man came to the workshop carrying a clock wrapped in layers of cloth. He was perhaps 40, well-dressed but not ostentatious, with the careful manners of someone who worked with valuable things. He introduced himself as Dr. Marchetti, a curator at the Bargello Museum. "I've heard remarkable things about your work, Signorina Rossetti," he said, setting the wrapped clock gently on her workbench. "I have something unusual that I hope you can help with. It came to the museum as part of an estate donation, and our regular conservators are baffled by it." Elena unwrapped the cloth to reveal a clock unlike any she had seen before. It was spherical, the size of a large grapefruit, made of what appeared to be crystal or very clear glass. Inside, visible through the transparency, was a mechanism of extraordinary complexity. Gears within gears, wheels turning on multiple axes, components so small and intricate that they seemed impossible to have been made by hand. And suspended in the center of this mechanical cosmos, like a planet around which everything else orbited, was a tiny figure carved from ivory. A woman, arms outstretched, face tilted upward, frozen in a gesture that looked like either supplication or celebration. Elena touched the crystal surface and felt it immediately. Not just one stolen minute, but many. perhaps a dozen, perhaps more, all contained in this single extraordinary timepiece. Her breath caught. "Where did this come from?" she asked. "The estate of Contessa Martelli. Very old family, descended from one of the original merchant dynasties." The clock was found in a locked room that apparently hadn't been opened in over 100 years. There was a letter with it, but it was written in a language none of our scholars could identify. We were hoping. He paused, studying her face. "Are you all right? You've gone quite pale." Elena forced herself to breathe normally. "I'm fine. The clock is remarkable. I've never seen anything like it." "Can you repair it?" "It doesn't run. We've had 3 different clockmakers examine it, and none of them could even determine how to open it. There are no visible seams, no winding stem, no apparent way to access the mechanism." "I'll need time to examine it properly," Elena said. "Perhaps several weeks. And I should tell you that I can't promise anything. Some clocks are meant to be mysteries." Dr. Marchetti nodded. "The museum is prepared to pay handsomely for even an assessment. This is exactly the kind of piece that fascinates collectors. Something that seems impossible, that challenges our understanding of what can be made by human hands." After he left, Elena stood before the spherical clock, her hands hovering over its crystal surface, afraid to touch it again, afraid of what it would reveal. Multiple stolen minutes meant multiple experiences to bear witness to, multiple returns to navigate, multiple costs to pay. She wasn't sure she was ready for something of this magnitude, but as she stood there, hesitating, she felt something shift in the air around her. The workshop grew quiet in a way that went beyond mere silence. The light changed, becoming the same silver-gold quality she remembered from her dreams. And she knew, without understanding how she knew, that the spherical clock was important, that it was different from the others, that returning the minutes it contained would require something more than she had given before. She picked up her grandfather's journal and began to search for any mention of spherical clocks, crystal mechanisms, multiple minutes contained in a single timepiece. She found nothing. This clock wasn't in his records. He had never seen it, never knew it existed, which meant she was truly on her own now. No guidance, no precedent, no map for the territory she was entering. She worked through the evening, examining the spherical clock from every angle, trying to determine how it had been made, how it opened, how the mechanism inside could possibly function. The crystal was seamless, perfectly smooth, without joints or hinges. The ivory figure in the center seemed to float in space, unattached to anything, yet clearly part of the mechanism in some way she couldn't determine. As midnight approached, she pressed her palms against the crystal surface and closed her eyes, listening the way her grandfather had taught her, feeling for the minutes inside. They revealed themselves slowly, like stars emerging as darkness deepens. She counted them. 13 stolen minutes, all from the same person, all from different moments in one woman's life: birth and childhood, adolescence and first love, marriage and motherhood, middle age and loss, old age and acceptance. The spherical clock contained not just moments, but a map, a constellation of intensities that traced the arc of an entire life. Elena understood then what the clock was. Not just a repository of stolen time, but a portrait. A biography rendered in minutes instead of words, in stolen moments instead of recorded facts. The elves had built this clock to capture the essential moments of one woman's existence, to preserve her not as she appeared, but as she was experienced, by herself and by those who loved her. It was beautiful. It was monstrous. It was the culmination of everything the guild had attempted. A complete study of a single mortal life, reduced to its most intense moments, trapped in crystal and mechanisms that would outlast empires. And Elena would have to return all 13 minutes. Would have to experience this woman's entire life, from birth to death, in fragments of 60 seconds each. Would have to carry the full weight of a stranger's existence, bear witness to every transformation, every joy, every sorrow, every moment when life had been most intensely itself. She didn't know if she could survive it, didn't know if anyone could bear that much, feel that deeply, carry that many experiences that weren't their own and remain whole afterward. But she knew she had to try, because this woman, whoever she had been, deserved to have her minutes returned, deserved to have her life made complete again, even if that completion came centuries after her death, deserved to be more than a portrait in stolen time, more than a study in mortality, more than an elf's attempt to understand what it meant to live briefly and intensely and then be gone. Elena wrapped the spherical clock carefully and placed it on a special shelf, separate from the others. She would return the remaining ordinary clocks first, the ones that held single minutes, building her strength and understanding before attempting something of this magnitude. The woman in the crystal could wait a little longer. She had already waited centuries. A few more months wouldn't matter. Outside, the summer night settled over Florence like a blessing, bringing cooler air and the scent of jasmine from the gardens along the Arno. Church bells rang midnight, marking the end of one day and the beginning of another. And in the workshop on Via dell'Oriuolo, surrounded by clocks that held the stolen minutes of forgotten lives, Elena Rossetti made herself a simple dinner and sat at her workbench, looking at the spherical clock, wondering about the woman whose life it contained, and preparing herself for the work that lay ahead. The work of returning not just moments, but an entire existence. The work of bearing witness to a whole life. The work of making whole what had been scattered, of honoring what had been stolen, of giving back what could never fully be returned but had to be tried for anyway. Because some debts transcend time itself, and the only way to pay them is to try, even when trying seems impossible, even when the cost is everything you have to give. Aguardo sua aprovação para continuar com o bloco 6. Tentar novamente. F. Approvado pode seguir. August brought storms to Florence. Great rolling thunderheads that built over the hills each afternoon and broke over the city in torrents that turned the streets into rivers and drummed against the workshop's roof like impatient fingers. Elena worked by lamplight even during the day, the windows darkened by clouds, the air thick with the smell of rain and wet stone. She had returned 12 more clocks since the spherical timepiece had arrived. 12 stolen minutes given back to their rightful places in time, 12 experiences that had left her altered in ways she was still discovering. She no longer slept through the night. Instead, she woke at intervals, sometimes every hour, sometimes more frequently, pulled from dreams by the echoes of other people's intensities, by fragments of joy or sorrow that weren't hers, but that she carried nonetheless. The dreams were becoming more vivid. Nearly every night now, she walked through the city that was Florence but wasn't, following the shadows that moved independently of their objects, searching for something she couldn't name. Sometimes she encountered Sylvanus or one of the other guild members. Sometimes she walked alone through workshops where clocks grew like fruit on trees, their mechanisms visible through transparent bark, their minutes glowing like captured fireflies. She had begun to understand that the dreams weren't just dreams. They were a side effect of the work she was doing, a consequence of bearing witness to so many stolen moments. Each minute she returned left a trace in her, a residue of someone else's experience that settled into the deep places where memory lived. She was becoming a palimpsest, layers of other people's lives written over her own, visible if you knew how to look. The ordinary repairs continued to arrive, keeping her solvent, giving her work that required only technical skill rather than emotional endurance. She fixed pocket watches for students, mantle clocks for professors, a complicated astronomical timepiece for a merchant who had purchased it in Switzerland and couldn't get it to run properly in Florence's different altitude. These repairs she completed efficiently, finding comfort in their straightforwardness, in the way mechanical problems had mechanical solutions. But always, in the corner of her vision, on its special shelf, the spherical clock waited. She avoided looking at it directly, but she felt its presence constantly. A weight, a pressure, a question that grew more insistent with each passing day. 13 stolen minutes from one woman's life. 13 experiences waiting to be returned. 13 opportunities to bear witness that she kept postponing because she didn't feel ready, might never feel ready, but would eventually have to face anyway. On an afternoon when the rain fell so heavily that the world outside became a gray blur, a woman came to the workshop. She was perhaps 50, dressed in morning clothes that had been dyed black so many times the fabric had taken on a greenish tinge. She carried nothing, which was unusual. Most visitors brought clocks to be repaired. Instead, she stood just inside the door, water dripping from her shawl, and studied Elena with an intensity that bordered on rudeness. "You're the one who can see them," the woman said. Not a question, a statement. Elena set down the pocket watch she had been cleaning. See what? The minutes, the stolen ones. You can feel them inside the clocks, can't you? You know which timepieces are ordinary and which ones hold something more. Elena's throat tightened. She had been careful, so careful, never to speak openly about the enchanted clocks, about what made them different, about the work she was doing. Her grandfather had taught her that caution. There were some things people would accept, and some they would fear, and magic, even benevolent magic, even magic that sought to right old wrongs, often fell into the category of fear. "I don't know what you mean," Elena said. The woman smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "My name is Dottoressa Celeste Vanni. I'm a scholar of folklore and occult history at the university. I've been researching the Elvish Guild for 30 years. I know they existed. I know they built enchanted clocks. And I know you have some of those clocks here in this workshop." Elena remained silent, her mind racing. Was this woman a threat? A potential ally? Someone who might help her understand the work she was doing? Or someone who might try to stop it? "I'm not here to cause trouble," Dottoressa Vanni continued. "I'm here to offer help. I have resources you might need. Translations of Elvish texts, historical records of where certain clocks were placed, information about the guild members and their methods. In exchange, I ask only that you allow me to document your work, to write about what you're doing, to ensure that when this is finished, when all the stolen minutes have been returned, there's a record of it, a testament to what was attempted and what was achieved." "Why?" Elena asked. "Why does it matter to you?" Dottoressa Vanni moved closer, her wet shawl leaving a trail of water droplets across the floor. "Because I believe the guild was attempting something important, even if they went about it wrongly. They were trying to understand mortality, to study what it means to live with limited time. They failed because they approached it as thieves rather than as students, because they took instead of asking, because they tried to possess what can only be experienced. But their failure doesn't mean the question wasn't worth asking. It doesn't mean there's nothing to be learned from what they built. She paused, her eyes moving across the shelves where the enchanted clocks sat among the ordinary ones. And Elena saw recognition in her expression. The woman could sense them too, could feel the difference between timepieces that held only hours and those that held stolen life. "You're returning the minutes," Dottoressa Vanni said softly. "You're undoing what the guild did. How many have you returned?" Elena hesitated, then decided that lying would serve no purpose. 18. "And how many remain?" 29. Plus one clock that holds 13 minutes instead of one. Dottoressa Vanni nodded slowly, as if confirming something she had suspected. "The spherical clock, the crystal one with the ivory figure inside. You have it here. Dr. Marchetti mentioned that he had brought it to you. You know about it. I've been searching for it for 15 years. It belonged to Contessa Isabella Martelli, born 1623, died 1697. She was the daughter of a merchant who had dealings with the elves. Not guild business, but trade in rare materials, things they needed for their work. Exotic woods, particular metals, gemstones with unusual properties. Isabella grew up around their magic. She fascinated them, I think, because she seemed to embody something they were trying to understand. A life lived fully, intensely, without waste. They asked permission to make her portrait, and she agreed, not understanding what they meant. They didn't paint her or sculpt her. They stole 13 moments from her life, spread across 74 years, and built that clock to contain them. Elena felt cold despite the workshop's warmth. She knew, she agreed to it. She agreed to let them make a portrait. Whether she understood what that truly meant, Dottoressa Vanni shrugged. The records are unclear. What is clear is that after the clock was completed, after she saw what they had made, she locked it away and left instructions that it should never be opened, never wound, never allowed to function again. She spent the last decades of her life trying to forget it existed, because she knew what they had taken from her. Perhaps, or because she saw herself reduced to 13 minutes and understood that no life, no matter how fully lived, can be captured that way. That the attempt itself was a kind of violence, even if she had consented to it. They stood in silence, the rain continuing its percussion against the roof, the clocks ticking their various rhythms, some fast, some slow, some silent because their stolen minutes made them unable to measure ordinary time. "What do you want from me?" Elena asked finally. "Permission to watch, to document, to write about what you're doing so that it's remembered. You're attempting something unprecedented, not just returning stolen minutes, but bearing witness to them, experiencing them fully before you give them back. You're becoming a bridge between the elves' failure and whatever comes next. That deserves to be recorded." Elena wanted to refuse. The work was private, personal, sacred in a way that made her reluctant to share it. But she also understood that Dottoressa Vanni was right. Without documentation, without testimony, the work would be invisible. The minutes would be returned, the clocks would become ordinary, and no one would know that anything had happened at all. The theft would be undone, but the undoing itself would be another kind of invisibility. "You can come once a week," Elena said, "on Thursdays in the afternoon. You can observe, ask questions, take notes, but you cannot interfere. You cannot touch the clocks. You cannot be present during the actual returns. Those moments are private. Agreed?" "Agreed." They shook hands, Elena's palm rough with calluses from her tools. Dottoressa Vanni's soft with the texture of papers and books and a life spent indoors with texts rather than mechanisms. After the woman left, Elena sat at her workbench and thought about Isabella Martelli, about a woman who had lived 4 centuries ago and who had agreed to let the elves make her portrait, not understanding that they would steal pieces of her life to do it. 13 minutes spread across 74 years. Birth and childhood. Adolescence and first love. Marriage and motherhood. Middle age and loss. Old age and the final acceptance of mortality. What had those 13 minutes been like? What had Isabella experienced that made the elves choose those particular moments to steal? And what had it done to her, knowing that parts of her life were contained in a crystal sphere, trapped and preserved, removed from the flow of time that had carried the rest of her existence from beginning to end? Elena reached for the spherical clock, touching its smooth crystal surface. The 13 minutes inside responded to her touch, brightening slightly, like stars behind clouds when the moon rises. She could feel them waiting, patient and impatient at once, ready to be returned but unable to hurry her, unable to do anything except exist in their enchanted suspension until she found the courage to bear witness. She thought about Dottoressa Vanni's words, that she was becoming a bridge between the elves' failure and whatever came next. But a bridge to what? What came after you returned all the stolen minutes? After you had borne witness to so many intensities that your own life became almost secondary, a vessel for other people's experiences rather than a container for your own? She didn't know. She only knew that the work had to be done, that postponing it wouldn't make it easier, that the longer she waited, the more the weight of it would grow until it became impossible to bear. Tomorrow, she decided. Tomorrow, she would begin the returns from the spherical clock. She would experience Isabella Martelli's birth, the first of the 13 stolen minutes, and then she would rest, recover, prepare herself for the next one. She would pace herself, taking weeks or even months between returns if necessary, giving herself time to integrate each experience before attempting the next. The rain continued through the evening, easing to a drizzle as night fell, then stopping altogether as midnight approached. Elena made her simple dinner, ate without tasting, cleaned her workbench with the ritualistic attention she had learned from her grandfather. Every tool in its place, every surface wiped clean, everything prepared for the next day's work. Before sleeping, she opened her journal and wrote, "Tomorrow I will begin returning Isabella Martelli's stolen minutes. 13 experiences from one woman's life, spread across 74 years. I don't know if I can bear the weight of an entire existence, even one fragment at a time. But Isabella deserves to have her life made whole again. She deserves to have what was stolen returned, even if the return comes 3 centuries late, even if she's been dead for generations, even if the only witness to her wholeness is someone who never knew her, who exists in a different century, who can only honor her by feeling what she felt in her most intense moments, and then letting it go, releasing it back to where it belongs." She closed the journal and climbed the stairs to her small apartment above the workshop. From her window, she could see the city spread before her. Roofs and domes and towers, the Duomo rising against the stars, the Arno reflecting whatever light remained, Florence sleeping and dreaming, recovering from its own wounds, rebuilding what had been broken, learning to live in a world that had changed irrevocably and would never be the same again. She understood that feeling. She would never be the same either. The work had changed her, was changing her, would continue to change her until all the stolen minutes had been returned and she could finally rest. If she could rest. If there was any rest possible for someone who had borne witness to so much, who carried so many other people's intensities, who had become a living repository of stolen time. She lay down but didn't sleep, watching the stars wheel slowly overhead, thinking about Isabella Martelli and the 13 minutes that defined her, wondering what it would feel like to experience a stranger's birth, to feel what it was like to enter the world for the first time, to take that first breath and begin the journey that would last 74 years and then end, leaving behind only memories and a crystal clock that held the most intense moments, preserved like flowers pressed between pages, beautiful and dead, and waiting to be released. Tomorrow, she thought, tomorrow she would begin. But first, she had to survive tonight, had to quiet her mind enough to rest, to gather strength for what lay ahead. She closed her eyes and listened to the city breathing around her. Dogs barking in the distance, a late carriage rattling over cobblestones, church bells marking the hours with their patient bronze voices. And gradually, so gradually she barely noticed, she drifted into sleep and into dreams, where she walked through workshops full of clocks that measured not hours but heartbeats, not minutes but moments of perfect intensity. And somewhere ahead of her, always just out of reach, was the answer to the question she hadn't learned to ask yet. What comes after you've given everything back? After you've made all the returns? After the stolen has been restored and the debt has been paid and there's nothing left to do except live your own life again, if you still remember how. The morning arrived without fanfare, just the ordinary progression of darkness into light. The city waking to the sound of vendors setting up their stalls and the smell of bread baking in ovens that had been firing since before dawn. Elena descended to the workshop with her hands steady and her resolve firm, though underneath both steadiness and resolve was a tremor of fear that she couldn't quite suppress. She prepared the space with the same ritualistic attention she had learned to apply to all the returns. Candles arranged in a circle around her workbench, even though daylight streamed through the windows. The silver key the elves had given her, placed within easy reach. A glass of water, because sometimes she emerged from the returns with her throat raw as if she had been screaming, though she never made a sound. A blanket folded on the floor, because sometimes her legs gave way and she needed softness to collapse onto. The spherical clock sat in the center of the workbench, catching the morning light and refracting it into small rainbows that danced across the walls. Elena placed her hands on its crystal surface and felt the 13 minutes inside, could sense them now individually. 13 distinct presences, 13 moments of intensity, arranged chronologically like beads on a string that traced Isabella Martelli's life from beginning to end. She would start with the first one, the minute of birth, the moment when Isabella had entered the world, when potential had become person, when the future had arrived and announced itself with a cry. Elena picked up the silver key. It was warmer than it should be, as if it had been held in someone's palm, though it had been lying on the workbench all morning. She found the keyhole, invisible until she looked for it, a small indentation in the crystal that appeared only when the key was near, and inserted it carefully. The key turned with a sound like ice cracking, like winter breaking into spring, like something frozen beginning to thaw. The workshop dissolved around her, and she fell through layers of time like falling through water, down and down until she landed somewhere else entirely. The room was small and dim, lit by candles and a fire burning in a stone hearth. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of blood and herbs. Rosemary, she thought, and something else she couldn't identify. A woman lay on a bed piled with linens, her face contorted with effort, her hands gripping the edges of the mattress so hard her knuckles had gone white. A midwife bent over her, murmuring encouragement in a voice that had seen countless births and countless deaths, and knew that both were part of the same great mystery. Elena felt herself pulled into the experience, no longer observing but inhabiting, no longer watching but being. She was the baby, curled tight in darkness, feeling pressure and movement and the rhythmic contractions that were pushing her towards something unknown. She was afraid, some animal instinct that recognized danger, that wanted to stay in the warm darkness where everything was familiar. But she couldn't stay. The pressure was relentless, forcing her forward, forcing her out, and suddenly, light, blinding after so long in darkness, cold air against wet skin, hands holding her, lifting her, and then the most terrifying sensation of all, emptiness in her lungs, the need to breathe, the desperate instinct that made her gasp and pull air into her body for the first time. And with that first breath came everything else. Sound, voices murmuring, fire crackling, her own cry echoing in her ears. Sensation, rough cloth against her skin, the midwife's hands washing her, wrapping her, the overwhelming newness of being separate from the warmth that had held her for 9 months. And somewhere underneath all of it, a feeling that had no name yet because she was too new to have words. A feeling of loss and gain simultaneously, of ending and beginning, of being thrust into a world that was too bright and too loud and too cold, and too much. Elena experienced all of it, every second of that minute, when Isabella Martelli had entered the world on a March morning in 1623. She felt the baby's confusion and fear and instinctive reaching for comfort. She felt the mother's exhaustion and relief and overwhelming love as she took her daughter for the first time. She felt the midwife's satisfaction, the familiar pride of helping a new soul begin its journey. She felt the father waiting outside the room, pacing, praying, hoping for a healthy child and a surviving wife. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the minute ended. Elena was back in her workshop, on her knees on the floor, gasping as if she had just been born herself, tears streaming down her face, her body shaking with the intensity of what she had just experienced. Birth, the beginning of everything. The moment when consciousness first encountered the world and found it strange and overwhelming and full of sensation that had no meaning yet but would, eventually, become the building blocks of a life. She stayed on the floor until her breathing steadied, until the shaking subsided, until she could think clearly again. The spherical clock sat on the workbench above her, and she could see that it had changed. The crystal was slightly less bright, as if one of the lights inside had been extinguished. 1 minute returned. 12 remaining. Elena pulled herself to her feet and drank the water she had prepared, the liquid cool against her throat. Her hands were steady again, though she felt hollowed out, emptied, as if the experience had taken something from her that couldn't be easily replenished. She looked at the clock and knew she couldn't continue today. 1 minute of birth had been enough. She needed time to integrate the experience, to let it settle into the part of her that was becoming a repository for other people's intensities, to rest before attempting the next return. She wrapped the spherical clock carefully and placed it back on its shelf, then spent the rest of the morning working on ordinary repairs. a pocket watch that needed cleaning, a mantel clock with a broken spring, mindless technical work that required only her hands and not her heart. At noon, there was a knock on the door. Elena opened it to find Dottoressa Vanni standing in the street, despite it being Tuesday and not their agreed-upon Thursday. "I felt it," the scholar said without preamble. "Something shifted. Something changed. You returned one of the minutes from the spherical clock, didn't you?" Elena stepped aside to let her enter. "How could you possibly feel that? I've been studying this magic for 3 decades. I've developed a sensitivity to it, a way of perceiving when enchantments are altered or dissolved. It's not reliable, not consistent, but sometimes, especially with something as powerful as the Martelli clock, I can sense changes from a distance." Dottoressa Vanni moved to the shelves, her eyes scanning the enchanted clocks. "Which minute did you return?" "Her birth." The scholar nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "The beginning. That makes sense. You're working chronologically through her life. How many more will you attempt?" "All of them, eventually. But not today. I need time between returns." "Of course. The toll must be considerable." Dottoressa Vanni turned to face her. "Tell me what you experienced. I know you said the returns themselves would be private, but—" "The return is finished," Elena interrupted. "I can tell you about it now. I can tell you what it felt like to experience Isabella Martelli's birth, to feel what she felt in that first minute of life. But you have to understand, words won't capture it fully. Some experiences exist beyond language. They sat at the workbench, and Elena tried to articulate what she had felt, what she had experienced, the overwhelming intensity of that first minute when consciousness had encountered the world for the first time. Dottoressa Vanni listened without interrupting, taking notes in a small leather journal, her handwriting quick and precise. When Elena finished, the scholar looked up from her notes. "You're building something, you know. Not just returning the stolen minutes, but creating a new kind of knowledge. You're the first person in history to experience these moments as they were lived, to bear witness with this kind of intimacy. The elves stole the minutes, but they never experienced them. They only studied them from outside, observed them the way a naturalist observes an insect under glass. But you're going inside. You're feeling what was felt. You're becoming a living archive of intensity." "I'm not trying to build anything," Elena said. "I'm just trying to make things right, to return what was stolen. Those aren't mutually exclusive. You can do both. Repair the wrong that was done and simultaneously create something new from the process. Something valuable. A testament to what it means to bear witness, to carry other people's experiences, to let yourself be changed by intensities that aren't your own." Elena thought about this as Dottoressa Vanni left, as she locked the workshop door and climbed the stairs to her apartment, as she lay down to rest even though it was only early afternoon. She didn't want to build knowledge or create testaments. She just wanted to complete the work her grandfather had begun, to honor the inheritance he had left her, to return the stolen minutes, and then, what? Return to ordinary life. Resume being just a clockmaker, repairing ordinary timepieces, living an ordinary existence. She couldn't imagine it anymore. The work had changed her too much. She had felt things no one else had felt, experienced moments from lives that had ended centuries ago, carried intensities that had nowhere to go except into the deep places where her own experiences lived. She was becoming something different from what she had been, though she couldn't yet name what that something was. She slept through the afternoon and into the evening, waking only when the church bells rang vespers, their bronze voices calling the faithful to prayer. She rose and made herself dinner. Pasta with oil and garlic, bread, a handful of olives, and ate while standing at her window, looking out over the city as it settled into twilight. Florence was beautiful in this light, the stones glowing amber, the river catching the last of the sun and holding it like a promise. She had lived here all her life, had never traveled more than 20 miles from the city center, had never imagined living anywhere else. This was home. These streets, these buildings, these bells that marked the hours and connected her to centuries of people who had lived and died within sound of them. But she felt distant from it now, as if the work she was doing had placed her slightly outside ordinary time, slightly apart from the normal flow of life. She belonged to the workshop and the clocks, to the stolen minutes and their return, to a project that existed in the space between past and present, between wrong and repair, between theft and restoration. She returned to the workshop after eating and stood before the spherical clock. 12 minutes remained. 12 more experiences from Isabella Martelli's life. 12 more opportunities to bear witness, to feel what had been felt, to carry someone else's intensity and then release it, giving it back to where it belonged. She wouldn't attempt another return today or even this week. She needed time to recover, to let the experience of birth settle into her memory, to prepare herself for whatever came next. Childhood, probably. Some moment when Isabella had been young, when the world had still been new and full of possibilities that hadn't yet narrowed into the reality of adult life. Elena picked up her grandfather's journal and opened it to a page marked with a pressed violet. The entry was dated autumn 1941, written during the war, during the dark time when the future had been uncertain and death had felt close. I am an old man now, and I have failed at the work I was meant to do. I have maintained the clocks, preserved the stolen minutes, kept them safe and stable, but I have never returned them. I have never had the courage to bear witness, to experience what would need to be experienced, to pay the cost that return requires. I tell myself I was waiting for the right time, for better understanding, for more knowledge. But the truth is simpler. I was afraid of feeling too much, afraid of being changed by other people's intensities, afraid of becoming something other than myself. And now it's too late. My body is failing. My hands shake. My heart struggles to keep its rhythm. The work will pass to Elena if she chooses to accept it. And perhaps that's as it should be. Perhaps each generation needs to find its own courage, its own way of facing what the previous generation couldn't face. I hope she's stronger than I was. I hope she can do what I couldn't. I hope she forgives me for leaving her this burden. Elena closed the journal, tears blurring her vision. She understood now what her grandfather had wanted, what he had hoped she would be able to do. Not just maintain the clocks or preserve the enchantments, but complete the work he had started and then abandoned out of fear. Return the stolen minutes. Bear witness to each one. Pay the cost that return required, no matter how high. And she was doing it. Despite the fear, despite the toll, despite the way each return left her hollowed out and changed, she was doing it. For her grandfather, for Isabella Martelli, for all the people whose minutes had been stolen, who had lived their lives slightly diminished without knowing why, who deserved to have what was taken returned to them, even if that return came centuries too late. She extinguished the candles she had lit that morning, checked that all the tools were in their proper places, locked the workshop door. Tomorrow she would return to ordinary repairs, building her strength, preparing for the next return. And then, when she was ready, she would experience the second of Isabella's 13 stolen minutes, and then the third, and then the fourth. 1 minute at a time, one experience at a time, one act of bearing witness at a time, until all 13 had been returned, and Isabella Martelli's life was whole again, complete again, even if no one except Elena would ever know the difference, even if the only testament to the work was the documentation Dottoressa Vanni was creating. Even if the world continued turning without noticing that something broken had been repaired, that something stolen had been returned, that something wrong had, finally, after 3 centuries of waiting, been made right. October arrived with the kind of light that made Florence seem painted, golden and precise, every edge sharp, every shadow defined. The heat of summer had broken, replaced by cool mornings that required a shawl and afternoons warm enough to work with the windows open. Elena had returned 4 more of Isabella's stolen minutes, spacing them weeks apart, giving herself time to recover between each experience. The second minute had been from Isabella's childhood, age 7, the moment she had understood that her mother would die. Not an immediate death. The consumption that would eventually take her mother was still years away, but a future death, an inevitable one. A loss that was coming no matter how much Isabella wished otherwise. Elena had felt the child's comprehension, that terrible clarity when innocence ends and mortality becomes real, when the world stops being safe and starts being temporary. The third minute was from adolescence, age 15, standing in the Martelli family chapel during Mass and feeling for the first time something like transcendence. Not religious exactly, though it had religious trappings. The incense, the Latin prayers, the way light filtered through stained glass and turned the air into colors. But something deeper, a sense of being connected to something larger than herself, of being part of a story that began before she was born and would continue after she died. The fourth minute had been harder. Age 23, discovering that her husband kept a mistress in a house near the Ponte Vecchio. Not the discovery itself. That had taken longer than a minute. But the moment when suspicion crystallized into certainty, when she had looked at documents she wasn't meant to see, and understood that her marriage was not what she had believed it to be. Elena had felt Isabella's shock and betrayal, but also something unexpected. Relief. Relief that her own instincts had been correct, that she hadn't been imagining things, that the distance she had felt wasn't her fault. The fifth minute had been sweeter. Age 31, holding her first child. A son, born healthy after 3 miscarriages that had left her certain she would never successfully carry a baby to term. The moment when the midwife had placed the infant in her arms, and she had looked at his face and felt love so overwhelming it had nearly stopped her heart. Elena had wept for hours after that return, unable to explain to herself why joy could hurt as much as sorrow, why bearing witness to someone else's happiness could leave her feeling so profoundly alone. Between these returns, she continued her ordinary work. The commissions kept arriving. Pocket watches and mantel clocks, grandfather clocks that needed new weights, carriage clocks with broken springs. She repaired them all with the same careful attention, building her reputation, earning enough to live on, maintaining the rhythm of normal life, even as the work of returning the stolen minutes slowly transformed her into something other than what she had been. Dottoressa Vanni came every Thursday as agreed, bringing books and documents, asking questions, taking notes. The scholar had become something like a friend. though their friendship was built around the work rather than personal intimacy. They didn't share meals or confidences. They talked about the elves, about enchantment theory, about the nature of time and memory, and what it meant to preserve moments outside the flow of ordinary chronology. "I've found a reference to Sylvanus," Dottoressa Vanni said one Thursday afternoon, spreading a yellowed manuscript across Elena's workbench. Written by a Venetian merchant in 1487. He describes meeting an elf in a workshop near San Marco, a tall figure with silver hair and hands that moved like water when he shaped metal. The elf was building a clock, and he told the merchant that each clock was an apology, that the guild had begun their work believing they could understand mortality by studying it, but had realized too late that understanding wasn't the same as experiencing, that some things could only be known by living them. An apology to whom? Elena asked, studying the manuscript though she couldn't read the archaic Italian script easily. To the people whose minutes they stole. To time itself, perhaps. The merchant wrote that the elf seemed profoundly sad, burdened by something he couldn't articulate. He said the elf told him that immortality was a kind of prison, that when you have forever, nothing has weight, nothing has meaning, everything becomes equally significant and equally empty. The guild had hoped that by studying mortal intensity, they could learn to feel it themselves. But you can't learn to feel something by observing it. You have to live it. Elena thought about this as she returned to work on a pocket watch that had been brought in by a priest, a simple mechanism with a crack across its crystal face. The priest had said it had belonged to his father, who had carried it through the First War, who had checked it compulsively every few minutes as if time itself might stop if he didn't keep verifying its passage. The elves were looking for the wrong thing, Elena said, carefully removing the cracked crystal. They wanted to understand intensity, but intensity isn't something you understand. It's something you survive, something you carry, something that changes you whether you want it to or not. Yes, Dottoressa Vanni said quietly. And you're learning that lesson they never learned. You're experiencing what they only observed. You're being changed by the minutes you return. I don't want to be changed. I just want to finish the work. Those aren't separable, though. The work is the change. Every minute you return reshapes you a little, adds a new layer to who you are, gives you experiences that weren't yours, but become yours through the act of bearing witness. Elena replaced the cracked crystal with a new one, testing the fit, making sure the seal was tight. The priest would be pleased. The watch would look almost new, would run smoothly, would continue marking time the way it had for decades. Ordinary work, ordinary repair, maintaining the continuity between past and present. That was the essence of what clockmakers did. But the enchanted clocks required something more. They required her to break continuity, to reach back across centuries and pull stolen moments forward, to experience them fully and then release them, sending them back to where they belonged. It was the opposite of preservation. It was a kind of dissolution, a willing destruction of the very thing she was meant to protect. That evening, after Dottoressa Vanni had left and the workshop was quiet again, Elena sat at her window watching the city settle into dusk. The streets below were busy with people returning home from work, from market, from the churches where they had stopped to light candles and murmur prayers. Normal life, continuing as it always had, indifferent to the strange work being done in a workshop on Via dell'Oriuolo. She thought about the 5 minutes she had returned from Isabella's life. Birth, childhood loss, adolescent transcendence, marital betrayal, maternal love. 5 moments that had defined Isabella in some essential way. 5 experiences intense enough that the elves had chosen to steal them, to preserve them, to study them in their futile attempt to understand what mortality felt like from the inside. 8 minutes remained. 8 more experiences from Isabella's life, stretching from age 31 to age 74, from motherhood to death. Elena knew, without knowing how she knew, that the final minute would be Isabella's death. The elves always took that one. The moment when life ended and consciousness dissolved, when the self that had persisted for decades finally released its hold and became something else. Memory, legacy, absence. She wasn't ready for that yet. Wasn't ready to experience someone else's death, to feel what it felt like when the body failed and the mind recognized that this was the end, that there would be no more minutes after this one, stolen or otherwise. She would save that return for last, would work through the remaining 7 minutes of Isabella's middle and old age before attempting the final one. But not tonight. Tonight she was tired, hollowed out by the week's work, by the accumulation of other people's intensities that she carried like stones in her pockets, weighing her down, making each step more difficult. She needed rest, needed to remember what it felt like to have experiences that were just hers, that belonged to her life rather than being borrowed from the past. She made herself dinner, soup and bread, an apple that was beginning to wrinkle, and ate without tasting, her mind elsewhere. After eating, she tried to read, pulling a book from the shelf her grandfather had built, a collection of poetry by Dante that she had loved as a child. But the words wouldn't hold her attention. They slipped past her eyes without landing, without meaning, and she finally closed the book and sat in darkness, listening to the city breathe around her. The dreams came that night with unusual vividness. She walked through Florence that wasn't, following the independent shadows through streets that twisted like thought, past workshops where the elves bent over their work, their 2 long hands shaping time into forms that gleamed like captured starlight. She found herself in a garden she had never seen, formal and geometric, planted with herbs arranged in patterns that looked like writing in a language she almost understood. Sylvanus was there, standing beside a fountain that played backwards, water falling up instead of down, defying gravity with the same casual disregard the elves seemed to have for all natural laws. "You're halfway through," he said without preamble. 5 minutes returned, 8 remaining. How does it feel to carry half a life inside you? Heavy, Elena said. It feels heavy. It will get heavier. The later minutes always do. They contain more somehow. More experience compressed into the same 60 seconds. The minute of Isabella's death will be the heaviest of all. It will feel like carrying an entire existence, all 74 years condensed into a single moment of ending. Why are you telling me this? To prepare you, to warn you, to let you know that you can stop if you need to. You don't have to return all 13 minutes. You could stop at 12, leave the final one preserved. No one would know. No one would judge you for it. I would know, Elena said. Sylvanus smiled, that sad smile she had seen before, that expression of sorrow deeper than oceans. Yes, you would. That's why you'll finish the work. That's why you're stronger than your grandfather, stronger than all the human clockmakers who maintained our clocks without ever returning the stolen minutes. You understand something we didn't, that some debts have to be paid even when paying them costs everything, that some wrongs have to be righted even when the righting brings no benefit, no reward, no recognition except the private knowledge that you did what needed doing. The garden began to fade, the backwards fountain dissolving into mist, and Elena felt herself being pulled back toward waking. But before she left completely, Sylvanus spoke once more, his voice following her across the boundary between sleep and consciousness. The work you're doing matters. Not because it changes the past, it doesn't. Isabella Martelli lived her life and died 3 centuries ago, and nothing you do can alter that. But it changes you. It changes what's possible. It proves that theft can be undone, that wrongs can be righted, that bearing witness has value even when no one sees you do it. Remember that when the weight becomes unbearable. Remember that someone, somewhere, sometime will need to know that what you're attempting is possible. That a single person with enough courage can repair centuries of wrongdoing, one stolen minute at a time. Elena woke to gray morning light, her face wet with tears she didn't remember crying, the dream fading but its message remaining, settling into her like sediment, like the residue that each returned minute left behind, accumulating, building, changing her into something she didn't have a name for yet, but was becoming nonetheless. She rose and descended to the workshop, where the spherical clock waited on its shelf. 8 minutes glowing inside its crystal case like stars in a constellation that mapped a life from middle age to death, from the center of existence to its end. She touched the cool surface and felt them waiting. Patient and impatient, completed and incomplete, stolen and soon to be returned. Soon, she promised them. Soon, she would bear witness to the rest of Isabella's life. Soon, she would experience the minutes that traced the arc from motherhood to widowhood, from middle age to old age, from the full strength of adult life to the slow diminishment that preceded death. Soon, she would carry all of it, would feel what Isabella had felt, would honor her by bearing witness with the same intensity that Isabella had lived with, that all humans lived with because they knew their time was limited, and every minute mattered in ways that immortality could never comprehend. But first, she had to continue living her own life, had to repair the ordinary clocks that arrived at her door, had to eat and sleep and maintain the rhythms of normal existence that anchored her, that kept her from dissolving completely into the work, from becoming nothing but a vessel for other people's experiences. She opened the workshop to another day, another round of repairs, another week of preparation for the next return. The work continued. The city breathed around her. And somewhere in the space between past and present, between theft and restoration, between wrong and repair, she continued becoming whatever it was she was becoming. Witness, bridge, the one who carried stolen time back to where it belonged, one impossible minute at a time. Winter came early that year, bringing frost that etched patterns on the workshop windows and cold that seeped through stone walls no matter how high Elena built the fire. She worked in layers, wool dress, cardigan, shawl, fingerless gloves that allowed her to manipulate small components while keeping her hands from going numb. The enchanted clocks seemed to respond to the cold, their stolen minutes glowing more brightly, as if warmth were trying to escape through the mechanisms that imprisoned them. She had returned 3 more of Isabella's minutes since autumn. The 6th had been age 47, standing at her husband's grave after the fever that took him in 3 days, feeling not grief exactly, but a strange liberation. The recognition that she was free now, that the remaining years of her life belonged only to her, that she could become whoever she chose without needing to accommodate someone else's expectations. Elena had felt Isabella's guilt about that liberation, the shame of relief mingled with sorrow, the complexity of mourning someone you had loved and resented in equal measure. The 7th minute was age 53, in the Martelli family chapel where she had experienced transcendence as a girl. But this time, the feeling was different. Not connection, but separation. Standing in the same space where she had once felt part of something larger, she now felt profoundly alone, aware that everyone she had known as a child was dead, that she had outlived her parents and her husband and half her friends, that she was becoming a relic herself, the last living memory of a Florence that no longer existed. The 8th minute had been age 61, holding her first grandchild. Another boy, another moment of overwhelming love, but different from the love she had felt for her own children. This was gentler, less desperate, touched with the wisdom that comes from having survived parenthood once already. She knew now that children grew up and left, that they became themselves despite your best efforts to shape them, that the most you could do was love them and let them go. Elena had felt that letting go, that acceptance, and had understood something about the difference between the love of mothers and the love of grandmothers, between the fierce protectiveness of early parenthood and the mellower affection of age. 3 minutes remained now. 3 more experiences from Isabella's final years, including the last one, the minute of her death. Elena could feel that final minute in the spherical clock, heavier than the others, denser, as if all 74 years of Isabella's life were compressed into those final 60 seconds, as if dying required you to carry your entire existence in a single moment before releasing it. She wasn't ready. She told herself she was preparing, gathering strength, but the truth was simpler. She was afraid. Afraid of experiencing death, afraid of feeling consciousness dissolve, afraid of carrying that dissolution back with her into her own life. What if she couldn't let it go? What if Isabella's death became tangled with her own fear of mortality, with the knowledge that she too would someday stop, would have a final minute, would experience that last dissolution? Dottoressa Vanni noticed her hesitation. "You've been working on ordinary repairs for 3 weeks," the scholar observed one Thursday afternoon, her breath visible in the cold workshop air. The spherical clock sits untouched. "Are you postponing the final returns?" Elena didn't answer immediately. She was cleaning a pocket watch mechanism, removing old oil with a small brush, preparing it for fresh lubrication. The work was meditative, requiring attention without demanding intensity, and she had been doing more of it lately, avoiding the enchanted clocks, avoiding the weight of bearing witness. "I'm afraid," she admitted finally. "The last minute is Isabella's death. I don't know if I can bear that. I don't know if I can experience someone dying and then come back to my own life and continue as if nothing happened. You've already done it 8 times. You've experienced 8 of the most intense moments of someone's life. You've survived each one. What makes you think you won't survive this? Because death is different. The other minutes, even the hard ones, the betrayal, the loneliness, they were moments within a life. But death is the end of life. It's the absence of all future moments. How do you bear witness to absence? How do you carry nothing?" Dottoressa Vanni set down her pen and looked at Elena with an expression that might have been sympathy, or might have been something more complex. "You're thinking about it wrong. Death isn't absence, not in the minute it happens. It's the opposite. It's the presence of everything that came before, all concentrated into that final moment. Every memory, every experience, every choice and consequence, all arriving at once. That's what you'll carry. Not nothing, but everything." Isabella's whole life compressed into 60 seconds. Elena's hands stilled on the pocket watch. She hadn't thought of it that way, hadn't considered that dying might be intensely full rather than empty, that the final minute might contain more rather than less. But it made sense. The elves wouldn't have bothered stealing a minute that held nothing. They stole intensity, concentration, moments when life was most vividly itself. And what could be more vivid than the instant when it ended? "I need to finish the other two first," Elena said. "The 9th and 10th minutes. I need to know what happened in Isabella's life between age 61 and age 74 before I experience her death. I need the context." "Then do that. Return the 9th minute. It's been 3 weeks. You've rested enough. The work needs to continue, Elena. Not just for Isabella's sake, but for yours. The longer you postpone it, the harder it becomes. The fear grows while your courage stays the same size, and eventually the fear becomes too large to face." That night, Elena stood at her window watching snow fall over Florence, the flakes drifting down through lamplight like the minutes themselves. Small, ephemeral, accumulating into something larger than any individual moment. The city was quiet under its white blanket. Sounds muffled, the usual night noises of carriages and voices softened into near silence. She thought about courage, about her grandfather who had maintained the clocks but never returned the minutes, who had lived with his failure and passed the work to her, hoping she would be stronger. About Sylvanus and the guild, who had stolen in the first place because they lacked the courage to simply live, to experience mortality directly instead of trying to study it from safe, immortal distance. About Isabella herself, who had lived 74 years with 13 of her most intense minutes stolen, who had been slightly diminished without knowing why, who deserved to have those minutes returned even if the return came 3 centuries late. Courage wasn't the absence of fear. It was continuing despite fear, doing what needed doing even when you didn't feel ready, even when the cost seemed too high, even when every instinct screamed at you to stop, to preserve yourself, to choose safety over completion. Elena turned from the window and descended to the workshop. She lit the candles in their circle, placed the blanket on the floor, filled the glass with water, retrieved the silver key, and then, before she could reconsider, before fear could grow any larger, she lifted the spherical clock from its shelf and placed it on her workbench. The 9th minute glowed inside the crystal like a small sun. Elena could feel it already. Age 70, Isabella in her house, alone, reading a letter from her son who lived in Venice now, who wrote to say he wouldn't be coming to Florence for Christmas, who had his own family, his own life, his own excuses. And Isabella understanding in that minute of reading that she had become a burden, an obligation, someone her children visited out of duty rather than desire, feeling invisible, marginal, reduced to the edges of other people's lives. Elena inserted the silver key and turned it backward. The workshop dissolved, and she fell through layers of time until she landed in a room she recognized now. Isabella's house, though much changed, the furniture older, the walls darker, everything showing the accumulation of decades. An old woman sat in a chair by the window, afternoon light falling across her lap, a letter in her trembling hands. Elena became Isabella, felt the weight of 70 years, the way her body ached in ways it never had before, the way her hands didn't quite work properly anymore, the way her vision blurred at the edges. She read the letter, her son's careful script, his apologies that didn't quite sound sincere, his reasons that were also excuses. and she felt something crack inside, some last hope that her children still needed her, still wanted her presence, still valued her as more than an obligation to be managed. She felt Isabella's loneliness, profound and complete. The loneliness of someone who had outlived most of their generation, whose husband was dead, whose friends were dead or dying, whose children had their own lives in other cities. The loneliness of being old in a world that valued youth, of being slow in a world that moved quickly, of carrying memories that no one else shared, experiences that no one else remembered. But underneath the loneliness was something else, a stubborn resilience, a refusal to surrender completely to irrelevance. Isabella set down the letter and looked out the window at Florence, at the city she had known for 7 decades, at the streets she had walked as a child and a young woman and a mother and a widow. And she thought, I am still here. My body fails, my children forget, but I am still here, still conscious, still capable of thought and feeling, and the small pleasures that remain. Sunlight on my hands, the taste of bread, the sound of bells marking hours that I have survived to hear. The minute ended, and Elena was back in her workshop, tears streaming down her face, her heart aching with a loneliness that wasn't hers, but that she carried now, that had become part of her collection of witnessed intensities. She sat on the floor, wrapped in the blanket, and wept for Isabella's loneliness and for her resilience, for the way humans continued living even when life became mostly loss, for the stubborn persistence of consciousness that refused to surrender until the very end. When she could breathe normally again, when the tears had stopped, she looked at the spherical clock. 2 minutes remained, the 10th and the final one. 2 more experiences before Isabella's stolen life was complete again, before all 13 minutes were returned, before the work on this particular clock was finished. She wouldn't attempt another return tonight. The 9th minute had taken everything she had left her exhausted and hollowed out in ways that went beyond physical fatigue. She needed rest, needed to let Isabella's loneliness settle into the place where she kept all the other witnessed experiences, needed to remember that she was Elena Rossetti, 24 years old, living in a workshop in post-war Florence, carrying other people's intensities, but still maintaining her own identity, still separate even as she became more porous, more permeable, more changed by each act of bearing witness. She extinguished the candles and climbed to her apartment, where she lay in bed without sleeping, watching shadows move across the ceiling, listening to the city breathe around her. Somewhere in Florence, elderly people were experiencing their own versions of Isabella's loneliness, their own sense of becoming marginal, irrelevant, forgotten. Somewhere, children were being born, entering the world with that same shock and confusion Elena had felt when she experienced Isabella's first minute. Somewhere, people were falling in love and being betrayed, holding their children for the first time, standing at graves, feeling transcendence or its absence. All those intensities happening simultaneously, overlapping, creating the dense fabric of lived experience that made human existence so brief and so full, so painful and so precious. The elves had tried to study it from outside and had failed, but Elena was learning it from inside, was becoming something like a living archive of what it meant to be mortal, to pack so much feeling into so little time, to know that every minute mattered because there would be a final minute, because death waited at the end of every life, making every moment vivid with the awareness that it wouldn't last forever. She thought about the final 2 minutes waiting in the spherical clock, The 10th would be from Isabella's last years, probably age 73 or 74, some moment shortly before her death. And then the final one, the minute when Isabella had died, when consciousness had ended, when 74 years of accumulated experience had dissolved back into whatever came before birth and after death. Elena wasn't ready, but she would be. She would rest, recover, prepare herself as much as possible, and then she would complete the work. She would return the final 2 minutes. She would experience Isabella's death and carry that experience back with her and survive it, because surviving was what humans did, what made them different from elves, what gave their brief lives meaning that immortality could never possess. The snow continued falling outside, covering Florence in soft white silence, and Elena drifted finally into sleep, into dreams where she walked through workshops full of clocks that measured not time, but lives, where each tick was a heartbeat and each tock was a breath, where the machinery of existence was visible in gears and springs and escapements that somehow, impossibly, contained everything that mattered. Love and loss, joy and sorrow, the full spectrum of intensity that humans experienced in their brief journey from birth to death. And in those dreams, Sylvanus stood waiting, his expression no longer sad, but something else. Proud, perhaps, or grateful, or simply acknowledging that she had done what he and his guild could not do, what no one had been able to do for 3 centuries. Bear witness with enough courage to experience the full weight of another person's life, and then let it go, returning it to where it belonged, making whole what had been broken, 1 stolen minute at a time, until the work was complete, and the debt was finally, impossibly, paid. Spring returned to Florence as it always did, with the patience of something that had happened countless times before, and would happen countless times again. The Arno rose with snowmelt from the mountains, the gardens burst into bloom, and the light changed from winter's sharp clarity to something softer, more forgiving. Elena had lived through an entire year in the workshop now, a full cycle of seasons marked not just by weather, but by the work she had done. 28 ordinary clocks returned to their enchantments, distributed back into ordinary time, their stolen minutes released, and 2 minutes remaining. The final 2 from Isabella Martelli's life, glowing in the spherical clock like the last stars before dawn. She had postponed them through winter, through the cold months when the city hunched against wind and her hands ached even with the fire burning. She had told herself she was waiting for better conditions, for warmer weather, for the right moment. But the truth was simpler and harder. She was postponing the end. Once she returned these final 2 minutes, the spherical clock would be complete, would be ordinary, would be just crystal and gears with no magic, no stolen life, no purpose beyond decorative beauty. And more than that, once she experienced Isabella's death, once she carried that final dissolution back with her, she would be changed in ways she couldn't predict. She would have borne witness to an entire life, from birth to death, from first breath to last. She would carry inside her the full arc of what it meant to be mortal, to live briefly, to pack 74 years of experience into existence that seemed both infinite while living it and impossibly short when viewed from its end. Dottoressa Vanni had been patient, visiting each Thursday, taking notes, documenting the work without pushing. But on the last Thursday in April, the scholar set down her pen and looked at Elena directly. "You're afraid of finishing," she said. Not an accusation, just an observation. Yes. Why? You've come so far. You've returned 8 of Isabella's 13 minutes. Why stop now when you're so close? Elena didn't answer immediately. She was working on a carriage clock, its mechanism spread across her workbench in careful order, each component cleaned and waiting to be reassembled. The work was mindless, comforting, a way to keep her hands busy while her mind circled the question she didn't want to face. Because once it's done, I won't know who I am anymore, she said finally. Right now, I'm the person doing this work. I'm the one returning the stolen minutes, bearing witness, making things right. But when it's finished, when all the minutes are returned, when the spherical clock is ordinary again, what am I then? Just a clockmaker? Just someone who repairs mechanisms? The work has become my identity, and I don't know what's left when it's gone. Dottoressa Vanni nodded slowly. You think the work defines you. But maybe it's the opposite. Maybe you define the work. Maybe who you are. The courage, the compassion, the willingness to bear witness exists independent of whether there are stolen minutes to return. The work will end, Elena, but you'll still be the person who is capable of doing it. That doesn't disappear when the task is complete. After the scholar left, Elena sat alone in the workshop as afternoon faded into evening. The spherical clock caught the last light, its 2 remaining minutes glowing brighter as shadows deepened around them. She could feel them waiting. The 10th minute from Isabella's final years, and the 13th minute when Isabella had died, when her long life had finally ended, and consciousness had dissolved back into whatever came before birth and after death. She made her decision then, sudden and certain. Tomorrow. Tomorrow she would return both remaining minutes, one after the other, completing the work in a single day. It would be difficult, perhaps dangerous, would cost her more than returning them separately. But prolonging it wouldn't make it easier. And Isabella deserved to have her life made whole again, deserved to have these final minutes returned without more delay. That night, Elena prepared herself as carefully as a priest preparing for Mass, as a soldier preparing for battle. She bathed in cold water, feeling it wake every nerve. She ate simply, bread, cheese, and orange, whose sweetness seemed almost painful in its intensity. She laid out her clothes for tomorrow, simple and dark, appropriate for witnessing death. She sharpened her tools even though they didn't need sharpening, cleaned surfaces that were already clean, arranged and rearranged the candles in their circle. And then she slept, or tried to, drifting in and out of consciousness, walking repeatedly through the dream city where the elves still worked in their workshops, where clocks grew like fruit and time moved in patterns that defied ordinary logic. But this time, none of the guild members appeared. The workshops were empty except for her, and she understood that she was alone now, that the elves had given her what help they could. The silver key, the knowledge, the encouragement, and the rest was hers to complete without guidance, without support, without anyone to tell her she was doing it right. Dawn came pale and cool, the kind of spring morning that promised warmth later, but began with chill. Elena descended to the workshop and began her preparations. Candles lit, water poured, blanket folded, silver key placed ready. The spherical clock sat in the center of her workbench, its 2 remaining minutes pulsing like twin hearts, alive with the intensity they contained. She stood before it for a long time, her hands hovering over its crystal surface, gathering her courage. Then, without allowing herself more time to hesitate, she inserted the silver key and turned it backward. The workshop dissolved. She fell through layers of time, through centuries, landing in a room she knew well now. Isabella's house, but changed again, even older, even more worn. An elderly woman lay in a bed, propped on pillows, her breathing labored. Age 73. Elena knew somehow. 1 year before the end. She became Isabella, felt the weight of 73 years, the way the body had become more burden than vehicle, the way breathing required conscious effort, the way pain was constant now, a companion she had learned to accommodate. A priest sat beside the bed, murmuring prayers, and Isabella listened without really hearing, her mind elsewhere, reviewing her life the way one might review a ledger, adding up the balance of joys and sorrows, successes and failures, loves gained and lost. And in that minute of review, she came to a conclusion that surprised her, that despite everything, despite the losses and disappointments and pain, she was grateful. Grateful to have lived at all, to have experienced the full spectrum of human existence, to have known love even when it ended badly, to have held her children even though they grew up and left, to have seen beauty even in a world that also contained ugliness. Life had been brief and difficult and wonderful, and she was grateful for all of it, even the parts that had hurt, because hurt meant she had been alive enough to feel, had been engaged enough with existence to be wounded by it. The minute ended. Elena returned to her workshop, gasping, tears streaming, but with something like joy mixed with the sorrow. Isabella's gratitude, her acceptance, her ability to see her life whole and find it good despite everything. That was the gift of the 10th minute, the wisdom that came from having almost reached the end and being able to look back with clear eyes. But there was no time to rest, no opportunity to recover, because Elena had committed to finishing today, to returning both minutes, to completing the work in a single sustained effort. She wiped her face, drank water, steadied her breathing, and then, her hands shaking but her resolve firm, she inserted the silver key again and turned it backward for the final time. The transition was different this time, slower, more resistant, as if death itself didn't want to be witnessed, didn't want to share its secret. Elena felt herself being pulled deeper than before, through more layers of time, through regions where the boundary between life and death grew thin and permeable. And then she was there, in the final minute, experiencing what Isabella had experienced when her long life finally ended. The room was the same. Isabella's bedroom, familiar and worn. But Isabella was different now. Age 74. Her breathing was shallow, irregular, stopping and starting like a mechanism winding down. Her children were there, gathered around the bed, their faces worried and sad. And also, Elena could feel Isabella feeling this, impatient for it to be over, ready for the grief, but also for the relief that would come after, the return to their own lives, the end of this prolonged watching. Isabella knew she was dying. There was no fear in that knowledge, no resistance, just a gentle letting go, a release of the grip she had maintained on consciousness for 74 years. She felt her body failing, felt systems shutting down one by one, felt the self that had been Isabella Martelli beginning to dissolve. And in that dissolution, something extraordinary happened. Her entire life arrived at once, not as memory, but as presence. Every moment she had lived, every choice she had made, every person she had loved, every pain she had endured, every joy she had experienced, all of it present simultaneously, compressed into this final minute, creating a density of existence that was almost unbearable in its fullness. Elena experienced it all, 74 years of accumulated life pouring through her in 60 seconds. She felt Isabella as a baby entering the world, as a child losing her mother, as an adolescent experiencing transcendence, as a young woman discovering betrayal, as a mother holding her child, as a widow standing at her husband's grave, as an old woman reading her son's letter and understanding her own irrelevance, as a dying woman reviewing her life and finding it good. She felt all of it, and underneath it all, she felt what death actually was. Not absence, not ending, not darkness, but a kind of completion. A gathering of everything that had been scattered through time. A final integration of all the fragments that had seemed separate while living them, but were revealed now to be parts of a single whole. Isabella's life hadn't been a series of disconnected moments. It had been one long, continuous experience, and death was simply the punctuation mark that made it complete, that transformed it from ongoing process into finished statement. And then, in the final seconds of that final minute, Elena felt Isabella let go, felt consciousness release its grip, felt the self dissolve like salt in water, felt everything that had been Isabella Martelli expand outward, becoming something larger than individual identity, joining something vast and luminous and impossible to name. The minute ended. Elena returned to her workshop, and this time she didn't just fall to her knees. She collapsed completely, lying on the floor, unable to move, her entire body shaking with the intensity of what she had just experienced. Death. She had experienced death. She had felt consciousness dissolve, had felt life end, had carried that ending back with her across 3 centuries. She lay there for hours, unable to rise, barely able to breathe. The weight of Isabella's entire life pressing down on her like water, like stone, like time itself. She had borne witness to a complete human existence, from first minute to last, had carried every intensity, had felt what it meant to live briefly and die completely, and she had survived it, though she wasn't sure yet what survived meant, what she was now that the work was done, now that all 13 minutes had been returned and Isabella Martelli's life was whole again, complete again, even though no one except Elena would ever know the difference. Eventually, as afternoon faded toward evening, she managed to sit up. The spherical clock sat on her workbench, and she could see immediately that it had changed. The crystal was clear now, empty, no longer containing the stolen minutes that had glowed inside it for 3 centuries. The ivory figure at its center was just ivory, just decoration, no longer the axis around which 13 stolen moments had orbited. The clock was ordinary now. Beautiful, certainly, an extraordinary piece of craftsmanship, but no longer magical, no longer alive with borrowed life. Elena picked it up, surprised by how light it felt, how much weight the stolen minutes had added. She held it in her palms and felt nothing. No warmth, no presence, no minutes breathing softly inside the mechanism. The work was complete. Isabella's 13 stolen minutes had been returned, given back to the moments when they were lived, seamlessly reintegrated into a life that had ended 3 centuries ago. She wrapped the clock carefully and placed it in a box, ready to return to Dr. Marchetti at the museum, ready to resume its existence as a curiosity, a mystery, a beautiful object whose true purpose would never be known by anyone except her and Dottoressa Vanni. Then she looked at her shelves, at the remaining enchanted clocks. 19 of them, each holding a stolen minute, each waiting to be returned. the work wasn't finished. She had completed Isabella's return, but there were still 19 more minutes to bear witness to, 19 more experiences to carry, 19 more acts of restoration before all the stolen time in her possession had been given back. But she understood now that she could do it. She had survived bearing witness to an entire life, from birth to death. She had experienced the full arc of human mortality and had come back changed but whole, altered but still herself. She was stronger than she had known, more resilient than she had imagined, capable of carrying intensities that would have seemed impossible a year ago. The bells of Santa Maria del Fiore rang vespers, their bronze voices calling the faithful to prayer, marking another day's end in a city that had seen centuries of endings and beginnings, losses and recoveries, destructions and restorations. Elena stood at her window, looking out over Florence, over the roofs and domes and towers that had witnessed so much human intensity, births and deaths, loves and betrayals, all the moments when life had been most vividly itself. And she understood, finally, what Sylvanus had tried to tell her, what the elves had never learned, what her grandfather had known but hadn't been able to act on. That bearing witness mattered. That experiencing someone else's intensities with full presence and compassion was itself an act of restoration, even if the person being witnessed was long dead, even if no one would ever know the work had been done, even if the only testament was the private knowledge that something broken had been repaired, something stolen had been returned, something wrong had finally, after centuries of waiting, been made right. She was Elena Rossetti, Clockmaker, witness, the one who returned stolen time. That was her identity now, her purpose, her inheritance. And when all the enchanted clocks had been emptied, when all the stolen minutes had been returned, she would still be that person. The one who had been capable of this work, who had found the courage to bear witness, who had honored the dead by experiencing their most intense moments and then letting them go. The work would end eventually, but she would continue, carrying what she had learned, changed by what she had experienced, shaped by the accumulated weight of other people's lives into something more than she had been before. Not just a clockmaker who repaired mechanisms, but a guardian of stolen time, a witness to intensity, a bridge between theft and restoration, between wrong and repair, between the past and the present and whatever future came after the work was finally, completely, impossibly done. She turned from the window and returned to her workbench, to the 19 remaining clocks, to the work that would occupy her for years still, perhaps decades. And as she selected the next clock to repair, as she began to read what her grandfather had written about the minute it contained, she felt something she hadn't felt in months. Not just determination, but peace. The work was hard. The work would always be hard. But it was hers, and she was equal to it, and that was enough. Outside, night settled over Florence like a blessing, and in the workshop on Via dell'Oriuolo, surrounded by clocks that measured both ordinary time and stolen moments, Elena Rossetti continued the work of restoration, 1 minute at a time, one act of bearing witness at a time, making whole what had been broken, returning what had been taken, honoring the brief, bright lives that deserved to have their intensities returned to them, even if that return came centuries late, even if the only witness was someone who would never be remembered, who worked in silence and shadow, who repaired what could be repaired and bore what needed to be borne, until the debt was paid and the stolen time was restored, and the work, finally, was done.